Let's go. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'd like to start the meeting. Welcome. Today is November 3rd, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, November 17th, and December dates are going to be the 1st and the 15th. They're both on Tuesdays. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. There'll be no oral argument on any matter where a 500-foot law licensing hearing was held, or a full hearing was held by a disciplinary hearing was held. Sorry. As a matter of courtesy, we ask that you do silence your cell phones. We appreciate that. Okay, and Chairman, do we have any announcements to make?
No announcements.
No? Okay, great. Then we're going to go to Buffalo, and the first item is 2439, VJR's Irish Pub.
Step to the podium and state your name.
My name's Richard Vinci. I get prepared, a small letter. I might say I'm a little nervous, but I just want to thank you for the opportunity today to talk to you. I know the previous tenant's location had many problems, and I'm here in person to assure you that when I started this lease proceeding, I quickly became aware of the community view towards this building. The business plan for neighborhood pub and restaurant was in.
No idea what
West-
that is.
Yeah, sir, we can't, for whatever reason, I don't know whether it's our audio or if you're not speaking into the microphone, we're having trouble hearing you.
Start all over, please.
Okay. Well, I guess I want to thank you for the opportunity today. I know the previous tenant at this location had many problems, and I'm here in person to assure you that when I started this lease process, I quickly became aware of the community's views towards this building. My business plan as a neighborhood pub and restaurant was in line with what the city wanted in that area. I have received a letter from the city of Rochester waiving the 30-day notification. I later met with the East District Councilwoman, whose letter of support was forwarded to October 16th. I spent a significant amount of money to remodel 37 Charlotte Street, install TVs, games, other furniture to make the venture a comfortable neighborhood pub. The former dance floor now has a heavy pool table on it, so we're not looking for that type of place. A $14 million residential development is taking place right across the street. And the only way for me to be successful to have a good relation with the neighbors, agonizing them with a destructive use is no one's best interest. I will be on hand daily to manage the business myself. I have operated Cornerstone Restaurant and Cafe, license number 3153934, in a nearby suburb since 2013 without any violations, and I will be giving this business the same attention. I'm looking forward to opening my doors in downtown Rochester and appreciate your time and consideration to hear my case today. Thank you.
So where did you say your pool table is going to be located?
It used to be a previous dance floor. Now, like I said, I put in dart games. I got the pool table, 15 televisions. We're more an Irish pub, sports bar, I guess. Like I said, the 105 apartments being built right now across the street. So as they develop them, right now we're going to open at 3 o'clock. After they're developed, I will open at 11 in the morning and start lunches. We do have a pretty good menu.
And the tables that you have on your diagram, are they movable? Or are they kind of affixed to the floors, or just...
Well, the tables against the wall are booths. There are 4 tables beside the booths on the right side of the bar. They could be moved, but we have certainly no intention of moving them.
So when you have private parties and bigger celebrations, do you plan to have any DJs or kind of live music?
At this time, no. I'm obviously, we got NFL ticket, and I'm more into the sports-oriented Irish pub.
How many hours do you spend at your other restaurant?
Well, I'm there 7 days a week. Usually there at 7 in the morning until 3, 4 in the afternoon.
So how are you gonna manage the two of them?
I already hired a manager for the Cornerstone. that has significantly almost no alcohol. Basically, Friday, Saturday night, people come in for dinner, they order a glass of wine or beer for dinner, so it's a completely different environment. I'll be in charge of the Irish pub.
Okay.
And do you have any relationship whatsoever with Mr. William Green, the former licensee?
I've never met him in my life.
Okay. All right, ready?
Yep.
All right, I vote to approve.
I'll approve as well. And I also want to make note that we did receive a letter from the city of Rochester, the mayor's office, and they are fully in support of this application as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
2442 Oliver Street Liquor and Wine.
Thank you.
There is opposition.
Okay.
My name's Chet McKenna. I'm the consultant that handled the application for the premises, Oliver Street Wine and Spirits LLC. And we're here to answer any questions concerning the application. The application will be in North Tonawanda. Presently, there are two liquor licenses in North Tonawanda, both about 1.5 miles away.
Do we have opposition there? Is there opposition
Yeah,
there?
She said there is. Yeah.
Yes, there's opposition present.
Can we, I'm sorry, can we just listen to them first?
Sure. Yeah. We didn't know that opposition was going to be here today. The attorney for my client is Robert Bohm. He supposedly was supposed to call the Liquor Authority office and ask for an adjournment. He's presently not in the area and won't be back. I'm just wondering if...
Well, I'm not going to make these people who are opposing it come back again, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, step up to the podium.
Morning. My name's Jim Atkinson. I'm owner of Isle Fine Wines and Spirits. We opened about 2 months ago. Basically, we haven't even gotten our feet on the ground yet, and now we're going to have new stores opening up that are within 1.5 miles of us. We're talking 4.
Which store is yours?
Isleview Fine Wines and Spirits.
They're 1.9 miles. It's kind of like.
Okay. Yep, I got it. Okay, go ahead.
There's also, I don't know if you're aware or not, they're also looking, there's an application that should be in front of you shortly for 14 Webster Street, which is probably about 1 mile away from us, coming up. Basically, the market is becoming saturated for our small community, and basically, we oppose this.
But you was your store previously licensed, or did you open it?
No, we opened it.
And you got your license in August?
14 web.
Yes.
And now you don't want me to give anybody else one?
Well, basically, we're getting to the point where our community is becoming saturated. There was room for us, but I'm not sure there's room for any more.
That's what I
There's still
figured.
time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You can come up now.
Just for your information, North Tonawanda has a population of 31,000 people, and it's basically remained the same over the years. It hasn't really changed much. And as I said before, there were 3 liquor stores in North Tonawanda. The one on Webster was closed down, so presently there's 2 there, and this will be the 3rd in North Tonawanda. There's plans on opening. We're here to answer any questions you have concerning this application, sir.
Which one's the one that just shut down, you're saying?
The one on Webster Street, I believe the one he's talking about was shut down by the
He's saying
liquor
it's
authority.
their application. Got it. He's saying there's 14 Webster. We looked it up. It was filed October 20th, so very recently, but that's at a location that was previously licensed.
It was licensed from prior to 1996 to prior to and expired September 2014.
Oh, so almost 20 years it was licensed. That went out of business, or that was shut down by us.
No, show expired.
It just expired, so they didn't renew. Okay.
And how far away is that from this location? Do we know? Approximately?
Anything in disciplinary?
I would say approximately 1 mile.
Where's his brother? His brother owns a store, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where's that located?
in Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls. How far is this from Niagara Falls?
Half hour.
Half hour?
It's on Pine Avenue in Niagara Falls,
We didn't shut them down.
up Niagara Falls Boulevard.
Miners purchase notice.
Do you know approximately what the distance is there? Is that about a half hour?
I wouldn't say a half hour, say about 20 minutes. It's probably, what is it, 10 miles away? Maybe 10 miles away? Something like that. It's probably more than 10 miles.
Okay.
So this was previously licensed by the landlord, who was also the licensee. Do you, so that's Mr. Haruna next to you?
Yes, Ilyas Harun.
Okay, so do you have any relationship with Muafak Rizek?
No, I think that's the landlord.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
All right, I'll vote to approve this license, given that there was a third store in the town that shut down recently. The sales for the three closest stores, actually the four closest, seem to have consistent increasing sales over the past 4 years. And based on those reasons, I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well based on the sales numbers. Commissioner Kim is correct. The four closest have all gone up consistently over a 4-year period. And we did, I believe, did the SLA shut the store? Oh, it just closed. So another liquor store that is within 2 miles or 2.5 miles recently shut. So I'll vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
2426, the Ski Lodge.
Good morning. My name is attorney Matt Lazaro. I represent the licensee along with the principal, Rob Zabluski. We submitted a conditional no contest plea to the charge with the condition that the fine be not more than $5,000. We did submit a letter of mitigation along with alcohol training certificates. And my client believes that the fine of $5,000 would impose a severe financial hardship on him. And we're requesting that the board impose a fine of around $1,500 based on his current financial situation. And the principal would just like to take a moment to make a statement and answer any questions that you might have.
The underage did show their real ID.
Yeah, go ahead.
The what?
The underage showed their real ID.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Okay.
The statement
You
of
can make your statement, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Rob Spileski. I'm the president and co-owner of the Ski Lodge. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'll keep it short. But I wanted to kind of put in perspective as to what happened that evening at our establishment, just to kind of paint a picture of how quick and unfortunate these things can happen. My bartender, Miss Erin DeWolf, has worked for us for years. And for the simple fact that she is still with us is just to show how great of an employee she is, even though this has happened. She called in sick that day for a full-time job. She had called me to let me know she wanted to go home that night. She had medication, and she just was not in great mental shape. Unfortunately, when I arrived at my business that evening to take over for her, it was already too late. She was back in the authorities' vehicle. She explained everything that happened. I had witnesses there. Unfortunately, even though she asked a couple of questions of the young lady she served, she made the decision based on bad math to serve her, and by the time she did the calculation again upon serving the next employee or the next customer, it was too late,
We're still tomorrow.
and the authorities were already coming in. I just want to add that that type of fine in this climate with a small mom and pop bar that we have been running for 17 years is, it's huge. It's going to set us back probably 10 to 11 months based on my figures after I pay all my bills. And I would like my track record to speak for itself. This is the first situation in the 17 years we've been in business that this has happened. My brother and I both have full-time jobs outside of
Gambling.
this business.
Get another one, though.
We continue to run it until we pay off our parents who loaned us the money to get into this venture. We both have small children and we take this very seriously. And unfortunately, not only the impending fine, we've already faced the embarrassment of having this happen because it was on the radio, it was on the news, it was in local papers, and we had to obviously face questioning from our peers, our coworkers, and with two very reputable companies that we work for. So with that being said, thank you for your time and consideration of what I've spoke to today. And, we are very diligent in training our employees. We have everybody sign off on a training manual and spend a lot of time in training with our employees. And, we took the certified seminar and paid for that seminar as well after this happened to make sure that everybody understood and will continue to understand the importance of, staying in compliance and doing the right thing and checking IDs. So, thank you.
But they'll just do that. We accept the offer, and they'll just get the
They
ATAP
don't have a
reduction.
prior.
They don't have a prior sale to minor, but they
Yeah, you
have,
scroll up, no minors, but there's another gambling.
but can they get an ATAP reduction if they don't have a
Not with
prior sale?
adjudicated penalty.
Any adjudicated penalty, including gambling or whatnot?
Yeah, if you want to reduce it, you can reduce it outright. We don't,
It's
it's
just- yeah.
generally not.
Oh.
If they didn't have any priors within 5 years, they could get the.
Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, I'm willing to lower it, yeah. All right, thank you for your statements. We were just checking your adverse history since you've been licensed since 1998. And, aside from the 2 prior gambling penalties and a late renewal, this is your first sale to minors. So I'll actually vote to lower your penalty to $3,000.
I'll agree. $3,000 fine.
That's fine, thank you very much.
Thank you.
2438. Erlan Talasco. 2438.
Good morning. My name is Ulan Talasco. Can I still speak?
Can you state your name again?
I'm sorry. Yes. My name is Ulan Talasco. And I own a restaurant called Wings and Salad, downtown Rochester. And I'm just here to answer any of your question.
So you had a previous license that was canceled, correct?
Correct. Yes, I did return the license.
Okay, and part of the reason, or the main reason, was that you had a manager running the place for you, and they piled up multiple violations. And in this case, you're saying that you're going to continue with the ownership of your hair salon and work Monday through Fridays. On my paper, I have 3/4 of an hour, but I assume it's 3 to 4 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes, I run the salon Tuesday through Saturday.
What are the hours of the salon?
The salon is Tuesday through Saturday.
What are the hours?
I'm sorry, forgive me. From 11 to 5.
So what time will you be at the proposed location?
My husband is he run the restaurant mainly. Basically, I'm there early in the morning. I prep, get everything ready. and he mainly it's a small restaurant. He run the restaurant.
Why is he not on the application?
He's more of the manager of the restaurant, but because they're right next door to each other, so I do have employees in the salon. So basically, what he does, I'm able to go back and forth between the restaurant and the salon.
So was your husband involved with your previous license?
No, he was not.
Oh, he is on the application, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, it's the manager, though.
He's listed as the manager, he's not a principal.
Yes.
Is your restaurant open now?
Yes, it is. We open from 11 to 8 at the restaurant, and a majority of our client is the downtown, the mayor, the city hall. That's mainly who we serve to, and it's a pretty easy restaurant to run.
It closes at 8 o'clock?
Correct. Certain days we close at 8. It depends on, like,
What days do you not close at 8? Friday, Saturday?
Correct, yes.
What time are you open till Friday, Saturday?
Saturday, we close on Saturday. We open Monday through Friday in the restaurant.
Okay, what time are you closing on Friday?
Just Fridays at 8 o'clock.
Oh, other days you're closing at
6.
11 to 6 is your hours for the other days?
Correct, yes.
And are you going to have a security guard?
No security. So this is just mainly for the large people downtown we just serve to.
Okay. I mean, that was part of what got your previous license canceled, correct?
Yeah, because the other place that I had previously was mainly we used to do, it was a restaurant. Also, we did some special event. Pretty much, we have done small wedding. We've done some catering.
All right. So what are you going to do here? Are you going to be doing those special events here or not?
No, I'm not. This place is very small. We just mainly just serve food pretty much, and we were asked by the area we can have wine, beer with that.
Okay. I'll approve based on those hours you stipulated and your representation that you will not have special events, because those were the special events, I think, that really endangered your previous license.
Okay.
Are you all right with that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So I'll approve under the same stipulation? So the hours are
11 to 6 Monday through Thursday, you said, and and till 8 on Friday, 11 to 8 on Friday.
Correct.
Okay.
all right. Thank you, I approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, we're going to Albany. 2437, Quimpex.
Does the opposition go first?
Request for reconsideration of a full board disapproval.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Lynn.
And whether or not the applicant,
Which side are you on?
that seems to be going to work on them.
Go ahead.
Well, Charles Lynn for the opposition.
Go ahead,
On
Mr. Lynn.
the,
We're gonna let the opposition go first?
Maybe because this is reconsideration, just let the
Yeah.
Oh,
applicant
okay, we're gonna
go,
let
and
them
then
go
if they
first.
say
I didn't
anything new-
realize it was reconsideration. Go ahead.
Okay.
David Piccioni, DPM.
And Nancy Quimby for Maple Lane Wine and Liquors, and we actually filed the appeal because we felt like in our denial letter that there were a lot of inaccuracies in both what we had said and what had been errors of omission from our opposition.
So specifically in the fourth paragraph of our denial letter, you stated that the applicant argues the area is economically stable and can support another package store, which is accurate. I did state that. It then goes on to say the applicant has acknowledged that the population in the area has decreased. And if you read the information that we submitted, The population in the under 18 age demographic has decreased, which corresponds to the lower birth rate that's going on nationwide as well. And then it goes on to state that I submitted documentation that the median household income and the median values of home has decreased while the percentage of persons in poverty has increased, which is absolutely 180 degrees with the exception of the median value income, household income, but the median income is just that person in the center. And so a median income that is just a couple of $1,000s lower than Albany, but still $5,000 higher than the U.S. average is hardly an impoverished community. It then goes on to say that I stated that the percentage of persons in poverty has increased. Columbia County, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, has an 11.8% poverty rate compared to the national average, which is over 15%, compared to Albany, which is over 13%. A low population poverty is a good thing for an economically stable community. We then recited several things as we would do, such as tasting and educational events, and I honestly think that those educational events were significantly watered down by the opposition. We're not offering just educational events, we're offering a marketing opportunity to the producers to create a triple win situation, not only for the consumer, to learn about the products that are produced in and around their area, and to come to our facility on a regular basis, every week to 2 weeks is our goal of establishing this marketing program for these people. We feel we're in line with the governor's agenda to promote New York, and we want to promote New York. Mr. Castellano has someone who he had noted came from California, which is all well and good, but I'm not interested in promoting California. I'm interested in promoting my community. My proposed location is across the street from a distillery. I don't have a personal relationship with them just yet, but given the license, I certainly would have a very close working relationship with them, just as I'm sure the stores in the community presently have right now. So I take some opposition to the statement that I'm not offering anything to the consumer advantage, when in fact we're offering a program that is based on our philosophy that we've had for 25 years in practicing of educating our patients so that they can take care of themselves. We're just transitioning that into a different model. Thank you.
Also, it was brought up as to the rural nature of our area, and we did point out that our location is really in the hub, and we understand the other two closest liquor stores are in that general area as well, but this is where the other doctors are located, the dentist, the orthodontist, the medical doctors, all the medical specialties, the large grocery store, McDonald's, Stewart's, which is our local bread kind of place, Dunkin' Donuts, there are 4 banks, there are 2 major pharmacies. So this is really the hub of Northern Columbia County. All of the north-south traffic going anywhere in the county has to drive right by this portion of Upper Route 9 before it splits into 3 major roads that go to the rest of the county. Also, it was left out that Columbia County is a significant, has a significant second home population. And even in our medical practice, we see that every day, that we have people who live in New York City, they come to see us, they have a part-time home here, they travel back and forth. They now telecommute, they maintain a primary residence in New York and a secondary residence in Columbia County. And then lastly, we practice in a very tight-knit bedroom community of Albany. And people are very polite as we try to be polite. And we really felt that both of the other business owners, and we have no issue with the way they practice their businesses and run their businesses, but when they took a personal shot and both commented on the fact that we had deep pockets, we really felt it put a bias on our application. And Kinder Wine, you know, the income demonstrated at over $200,000 a year that they publish is more than the average national published data for a physician. and it's significantly higher. The statistics are between $180,000 and $200,000 for an average physician income. And we felt, again, that put a bias on our application that was unnecessary.
Well, I can assure you that, and I'm going to speak for Commissioner Kim here as well, that had nothing to do with any consideration that we took.
Thank you.
I don't even remember it happening, and I do remember the argument, so.
One other thing is, in terms of promotion of growth, since my submission of the appeal, must have crossed in the mail, but I did get a letter from the town of Kinderhook Planning Board dated September 30th, 2015, that a public hearing was being held for a business 300 feet north of me, which is a self-storage unit, that they're looking for a planning site revision to build another several units of this self-storage facility, which I think you would only see in a community that's showing growth, not in a community that's in despair. And if you'd like that for the record, I can leave this copy here.
So, Mr. Lynn, I have a question for you. When part of the appeal process, they're stating that the two stores, are you representing both of the clothing stores?
Yes.
That they do not carry 20% New York products on their shelves, although that's what they stated at the hearing.
Right, and that's what I directly responded to. Shall I go on, Commissioner?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay. In my papers in response to the request for reconsideration, I submitted as Exhibit A to my protest the email from Jill Castellano, who's the principal of Vinderhook Wines and Spirits. There's an Excel spreadsheet with New York products and distributors. The 4-page list includes over 190 SKUs of New York State products sold in that store. I also have photos they attached to.
What is that 190 out of? We're talking percentages, so do they have 1,000 SKUs?
Well, I would ask Jill.
Yes, I would say probably 1,000 SKUs.
Okay.
I have photos of the store's dedicated New York State wine and spirits section, which is the entire front portion of the store, almost 250 square feet, showcasing New York wines and the wine tasting area. I put in a picture of a shelf for Riesling section within the store that evidences that New York wines are stocked among others of the same variety in the other portion of the store. The picture of the buffet table where the client showcases the upcoming wine tasting selected for the Friday evening tastings. And New York products are also showcased on the buffet table and Oak Barrel all the time, and I submitted to the authority pictures of that. I submitted a copy of the Kinderhook website, which specifically says in bold type that every Friday Kinderhook Wine and Spirits offers tastings from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Also, I annexed as Exhibit B an email from Walter Simonsmeyer, who's the principal of Wild Horse Wine and Liquor, and it shows that Wild Horse does wine tastings usually every Friday night. It is on their Facebook, whereas Kinderhook is on their website. They also have tastings whenever the village has special events, which are usually on Saturdays. I have a list of New York wines for Wild Horse, which is enclosed, and then I have the pictures attached to that as well. And then I also noted that's interesting is that not only do both stores have regular wine tastings, but the majority of those tastings involve New York State wine products themselves. So I think that there's sufficient evidence to show that they maintain sufficient and ample amount of New York products for the public. And what the principal from Wild Horse said is that unfortunately, even with the New York wine product, he hadn't increased the amount because he's found that the demand is minimal at best.
Well, we don't like to hear that.
I don't tell the governor, but I can't help that. And also, with the population, the applicant does not evidence any new residential construction in the area. I wouldn't think that the expansion of a storage area is somewhat significant, and it shows no new commercial construction in the area. And if you drive up to Taconic or go on Route 9, I think you see that 80% of the neighborhood is basically farmland. And I did put in population census for the area. I don't think it's fair to put the population for Columbia County because it's huge. The interesting thing about Falacia is that it's right in the middle of Kinderhook, and the town of Kinderhook, which encompasses this village, had a 1.72% decrease in population. And also, when you look at Falacia, with their population, you know, it's only about 1,800. So if you had a 6.8% increase, you're only talking about 133 people over 10 years. And then I have
although you know, you can't tell me the 1,800 people are buying up $1.7 million worth of liquor in one location and another $500,000 in the second location. So it does encompass more than just Falacia, I believe.
And that's why also I gave the population information for Kinderhook.
All right, I'm ready. Yep. All right, you know, this was an application that we had denied earlier, and I just don't see any new evidence presented today that would change my vote from the previous vote. So I vote to deny the reconsideration.
I vote to deny as well. I remember the hearing that we had initially pretty clearly, and I based most of my decision on the one that there is. I'm familiar with Columbia County. I know how rural it is, and the closest store, it does have over $1 million in sales, is 0.4 miles away, and those sales are declining over the last 4 years. And then the other 3 closest stores are all either flat or declining as well. So I just don't see the public convenience. I didn't see the public convenience or advantage, and I don't see anything new today. So I also vote to deny the reconsideration.
Can I just ask one thing? The one closest store is currently closed right now, and does that have any bearing on this as well?
Is it closed?
It is closed. There's a pending sale.
Oh, then no.
Wait, hold on. So there's a pending sale?
There's a pending sale where, and I think Commissioner O'Brien is working on a reconsideration on that. Frank Buscemi is the attorney on that. There was a temp that was issued. The new people came in, started operating the store, and then the application was disapproved, and there's a request for reconsideration. The reason for the disapproval was that Mr. Buscemi was not the original attorney on that, and I understand that the representative did not present sufficient documentation with regards to the financing. Mr. Buscemi now has already been in the process of presenting that to the Licensing Bureau, and I anticipate, I hope, that there'll be a decision very shortly. But because of the temp coming in, I had recommended to the client, because it caused a whole financial mess if they have to come back in, that the best thing would be to leave it, put the license in safekeeping with the Liquor Authority, and let's see what's going to happen. The decision should be shortly. I have Ms. Castellano in the Albany office. If there's a disapproval on it, she will go back into the store and begin to operate again.
Want to adjourn it?
Huh? How long is that process? I mean, it would make a difference to me if the store were
Well, it's
closed.
been forwarded to council's office on 10:30.
Or if the sale doesn't go through, I mean, the opportunity presents itself for you to possibly purchase that, or if they close, then you can, then it would affect my
Please,
decision on
Commissioner
this.
Ms. Castellano, she's here. We'll go on. I'm sorry.
And I believe it's been closed for some time, too.
Several weeks. Anyway, I just would like to address one thing that the council has stated with regards to the governor not being happy about the flat sales of New York State wines. If you understand our program, it is not a wine tasting, it is a marketing program.
I said that off the cuff, sir.
We understand that.
I'm completely aware of what you're proposing.
But Jill Castellano is here, and she will go on the record that if we cannot resolve this within the next week, that they will be going back, she will be going back into the store and reopen. It's kind of difficult when...
Reopen and then put it up for sale?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her
So should
choice.
we adjourn then?
Yeah, I'm going to adjourn this for a week then.
I'm going to adjourn this as well. I mean,
She's put this in safekeeping since July, and if that store's not going to be open, then they're going to get a store.
No, I think they put it in safekeeping and then took it back out again.
But they're
I'm
not
sure.
open, which would be a violation, then I hope that's not what they're doing.
No, they're not open now.
But then they shouldn't, what are they doing with the license? They should
It's
put
in
it back
safekeeping with the authority.
But you said
And
they
they're
just
not
took it
open,
out.
so it's
You
been there
just said
since...
they took it out.
And I'm telling you, it's been there since July based on what I got, which is now heading on
Okay.
5 months.
It was in safekeeping July 7th, it was taken out October 1st,
Yeah.
and then it was put back in safekeeping October 23rd.
Okay, so you get 20 days back.
So,
So we'll adjourn this for a week, or till the next hearing, I'm sorry.
yeah, 17th?
Which is November 17th.
By
Thank
which-
you.
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate the opportunity.
Well,
Thank you.
2466 Foster Liquor.
Good morning, Sean May, with Gary Foster here. There is opposition, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, with Bonin.
Do we have opposition there?
There is opposition.
Okay, can we hear from the opposition, please?
Good morning, Alexandra Burstein from Nolan and Heller on behalf of CEN Enterprises, which is Center Square Wine and Spirits. With me is Cleo Junko, the owner of the store for over 30 years, and her son Evan. I will keep this brief as we've submitted substantial opposition to this application already. When it comes right down to it, the granting of this license would not be in the public convenience and advantage. The area is simply entirely saturated. As you'll see from Exhibit A to our opposition letter, in 2005, the board voted to deny the application of 3D for a package store at 176 Henry Johnson Boulevard, which is roughly a quarter mile from Foster's proposed location. Center Square was the closest store to that location at that time, and there were several stores within 3 miles. At that time, in the decision, the board said, and I quote, "The area where the proposed premises are located is adequately served by the 4 existing package stores within 4.5 miles of the proposed store." There are currently 13 package stores within 2.1 miles of this proposed location. There are 7 stores within 1 mile and another 6 beyond that. If the area was adequately served by 4 stores within 4.5 miles in 2005, it's impossible to imagine that it couldn't currently be more than adequately served by 13 stores within 2.1 miles. And as you can see from Exhibit C to the opposition letter, Foster store would be pretty much dead center in this enormous cluster of stores.
2350, oh, I'm sorry, it's an
In the
old.
last 2 years alone, 3 package store licenses have been granted within 2 miles. Each new license that is granted affects the nearby stores and Ms. Junko's ability to have good sales and turn a profit. For example, her sales were down 5% in 2014 alone. As of August, when the request for gross sales figures was requested, they were down 8%, and they saw an 11% decrease in the month of October, which is the lowest that they've had since 2007. The population of the city of Albany is roughly 98,000 people, and it's increased only 0.7% from 2010 to 2014, or an increase of about 710 people. Now, already, having 3 new stores within that time period, that's 1 new store that's been granted for every 236 people, not even taking into account the fact that that includes people who choose not to drink or are legally not able to drink. The area is currently saturated, and there's simply just not enough growth in the area to support another new store, particularly one right in this area.
What was the address again of the Henry Johnson Street?
It was
Rejection.
176 Henry Johnson Boulevard.
176 Henry Johnson. So it's a quarter mile. You said it's a quarter mile from the
From Foster's
applicant?
proposed location.
Okay.
I believe it's actually 1.29 to be exact, or 0.29 to be exact.
0.29.
Yeah, that we're talking about.
Oh, that was disapproved in 2005.
Correct.
Okay, that's 10 years ago.
And my point is, at that time, the board said that the area was adequately served by 4 stores within 4.5 miles. 10 years later, we have 13 stores within 2 miles as to the saturation. Further, the neighborhood where Foster's proposed location would be is entirely residential, as you can see from our photos. It has a number of abandoned buildings, it's a somewhat depressed area, and in the last 3 months alone, there have been 2 shootings within 2 blocks of that location. And as of 2 weeks ago, there was a drug and gun raid in that location. The area where Foster Store is, it's not an area, it's not a destination. It's on Clinton Avenue, which, if you're familiar at all with Albany, operates as more or less a corridor, a conduit between downtown Albany, which has a lot of business and commerce, and then out to more of a suburban area where people shop. It's not an area where people stop and shop.
Oh, they want 350 square feet. Okay, thank you. Can we hear from the applicant?
I'd actually like to briefly introduce Ms. Junko to address the board herself.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Cleo Junko. I own Center Square Wine and Spirits. My husband and I opened the store in 1985, more than 30 years ago. We operated the store together until he passed away in 2000. It has truly been a family business, as both of my sons have worked in the store. My younger son, who's here with me today, is still with me and still works with me. Our family has worked hard over the years to build our customer base by always doing our best to provide our customers with the best prices and selection and a welcoming environment. We have renovated and expanded our store several times over the years, most recently in 2011, to ensure that we're offering our customers the best possible experience. In 2005, there were 4, as Alexandra just stated, there were 4 package stores within 4.5 mile radius of ours. Today, there are 13 package stores within 2 miles. 3 new stores opened in 2013 and 14 alone. My gross sales for 2014 were down 4.5. Now they're well over 8%. And it's only going down, especially when we just saw the month of October that just ended a couple days ago. Appreciate you're looking into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, sorry, you want to speak?
That's what she does.
I don't know that it matters. Yeah. Mr. May, your client's store is only 351 square feet. Does he intend to do internet sales as part of the business?
Not at all, Mrs. Flug. Listen, the intent of my client's store is Mr. Foster lives in the Arbor Hill neighborhood of Albany. It starts on the, what's the street? No. It starts on Clinton Avenue and heads north about a mile away from the city of Albany. It encompasses about 2 square miles of the city.
Probably.
Mr. Foster lives in the neighborhood, he owns property in the neighborhood, and he works in the neighborhood. Mr. Foster's intention is not to compete with the other stores in the city of Albany. Some of the stores that signed on to this protest, there's no way that we're going to attract people from the other side of town to Arbor Hill. What Mr. Foster is trying to do is create a walkable store for the citizens that reside in Arbor Hill.
Yes, he's there.
The current location, the proposed location, has been vacant since 1998. Mr. Foster has purchased the property. He wants to refurbish it and make it into something useful for the residents. He has support of the residents.
Well,
and he has
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but isn't 0.11 miles away walkable?
Well, it depends on your definition of walkable, Mr. Bradley. It's a walkable in February, 10, 15-minute walk for the residents.
I'm looking at 348.
348.
I mean, there seems to be a number of stores within the vicinity of the store he wants to open that are walkable.
Oh, no, that 0.11 is,
I'm sorry, 0.5 miles, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 0.5 miles is the Center Square store. Is that the one we're referring to?
Yes.
The Center Square store, it's 2,548 square feet. I doubt we're going to be any competition for Mrs. Junko. In addition, the Center Square store is a bulletproof store, if I'm not I'm mistaken. All the products are behind plexiglass. You go into the store, you have to request.
That's not true.
Is that not true?
We're not behind plexiglass.
You have to request what you want, and then they bring the bottle to you, and sometimes there's a queue out the door. Mr. Foster's gonna have an open store, open floor plan, and it's for the benefit of the Arbor Hill neighborhood. We're not trying to
go from Clinton north. They are south.
Right, all the other stores are on the south side of Clinton in the city of Albany.
And I'm on the north side.
We're not trying to have an impact on the other store sales. What we're trying to do is benefit the Arbor Hill neighborhood. As I said, we have support of the neighborhood. We have support of the council persons that represent this neighborhood. I just don't think we're going to have an impact on the other stores. There might be a few Arbor Hill residents who do walk to Mrs. Junko's store that might frequent Mr. Foster's store, but it's just not going to be that much of an impact. What we're trying to do is benefit that Arbor Hill neighborhood. There are vacant properties, there are vacant lots.
Okay, thank you. I think you've made that argument. Is there somebody else who's in protest there?
Yes. Paul Devane, 112 State Street, Albany, New York, attorney. Here on behalf of Beamish LLC, who owns a liquor store known as Candy, 435 Central Avenue. We are in opposition also. I concur with the
Okay,
comments by
thank you.
counsel. You're welcome.
So, Mr. May, is the argument then is that the people on the south side would never kind of go over to Auburn?
Because they think it's a rough area. Yeah, she said it's all gun and shooting and drugs. They don't believe in that area. I believe in that area. I buy a house in this area. I fix them. I'm a landlord. I try to build back this area.
I'm sorry, you're a...
I am a landlord. I also own an
Oh,
apartment.
landlord.
Charging yourself $800 a month
It
for
is
the location?
Yeah, that's
A
what
business expense that he's allowed to write off on his taxes.
Yes.
The argument's interesting because it's reverse. Usually if it's not a good neighborhood, you don't want to
The argument is it
But I
would
get it.
benefit the public and convenience and advantage of the Arbor Hill neighborhood.
There's no commercial. Are there any other commercial stores on the street, or is it all
Bank
homes?
is right in front. The CEFQ Bank is right in front of my building.
The what? The bank?
The CEFQ Bank.
CEFQ Bank, there
I
are
don't
some
see it on
convenience
Google.
stores in the neighborhood, right?
Is there a bank right there?
Yes.
What else aside from a bank is there?
There's a convenience store right there. And there's restaurant around, like on the other street over, there's restaurant like Jamaican restaurant. There's a lot of business
And
around.
your store is going to be an open store?
Yes.
Is there parking?
It's all on-street parking, Counselor, but like we said, we're going for a walkable store to attract, to benefit the people in the immediate area. It's a 2 square mile neighborhood, and it's all to the north side of Clinton Avenue. I mean, that's our target, that's what Mr. Foster is attempting to do, is to benefit the neighborhood.
All right, I'm persuaded.
May I speak briefly again in rebuttal?
Yeah. Sure.
With all due respect to Mr. May, his argument that he wouldn't be taking business from existing stores it's impossible. I mean, there are simply only a certain number of customers to go around. And to open a store half a mile away in the middle of an enormous cluster of stores, I don't see how you can possibly say that you wouldn't be taking business from existing stores. Further, and as articulated in our letter, there is no commerce there. There's a bank, there's a convenience store, and there are 3 religious institutions, 2 of which were not disclosed by Mr. Foster in his application. All 3 are within 400 feet. So we're literally talking about putting a liquor store in the middle of a residential area. And further, I just want to address the comments made by Mr. May. Our store is not, CEN is not a bulletproof store. There is a counter, but nothing is behind glass or anything like that.
But there's a counter, so does the customer have direct access to the wines or the
No,
liquor?
I mean, it's behind a counter, but it's in no way a bulletproof.
Okay, so there's no bulletproof, but the counter prevents a customer from actually grabbing a bottle themselves, correct?
Correct, and that is the case with a number of stores in the area.
Right, and here, Mr. May, you're saying your client will have a completely open store where there are no counters preventing customers from grabbing the bottles themselves, correct?
Open floor plan, Commissioner Kim.
Yes.
Mr. Foster believes in the neighborhood.
Somebody has to believe in the neighborhood.
And so the argument that it's a residential area, would you say that then people would be walking out to be able to come to the store and not everyone's driving?
It's a double line in Albany. Albany is a main street. Is not a residential street as she said. It's a double line in the road, in the center of the road. So it's not as you say, like a residential.
But that's the intent. It is. We're looking for a walkable
like
store.
Brooklyn. Oh.
Like
Okay.
townhouse buildings, that kind of thing.
Right.
It's certainly not a destination location. It's a walkable store.
Okay.
In a target market.
I'm ready. You ready? All right. I believe that adding this 351 square foot space in that particular location would add a public convenience and advantage to people living in Auburn Hill, and I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny just simply because there are a number of stores within a mile or 2 mile radius. It is, I believe the number is, there's 6 stores within 1.2 miles. I just think that, I don't see the public convenience and advantage, and I do agree with council that regardless of where you open the store, you are taking the business from the other stores. I realize that his goal is to have a walkable store, and I commend him for that, but it's just too close to the area, the other stores that are in the area, and there are a lot of them.
And some of these stores in their reports are trending upwards. There are some that are trending downward. Ms. Junko's store, admittedly, is down 8%, but there's 3 other stores that are trending upwards.
Well, I think both.
Some are trending upwards and many are flat, but I just think there's too many there's just too many in that 1.2 mile area.
And Mr. May I speak? So, Chairman, how about, I think because in general, I think the density seems to favor the argument that there could be saturation, but in this particular case, I think both parties have clearly stated that it seems to be 2 different neighborhoods where they wouldn't kind of, a lot of people from one neighborhood wouldn't go over to the other neighborhood and vice versa. And, I think that being the residential, but not just, if it was all houses and you were plopping only a liquor store there, I would understand that too. But being a bank and a convenience store where people in that neighborhood might walk over, in 0.5 miles, I'm thinking of city blocks, 10 city blocks here in Manhattan, I would think that the convenience added to that population in that area would be
I just
compelling.
can't.
No?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
I tried.
There's just too many stores too close together. So I vote to deny.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
2440, La Brochetta.
Good morning, Commissioner, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I represent the applicant. Good morning. Who's applying for a liquor license for a Mexican restaurant in the village of Hempstead. I understand that's, the village of Hempstead has certain stipulations that they want to put on the license.
Well, the bigger concern to me is that your client had a liquor license, correct?
Yes.
And it got canceled?
No, he surrendered it.
Well,
Well, it was canceled because we were going to cancel it. That's why it was surrendered.
but Chairman, more importantly, he took the license with the limited hours that were given at this board meeting, and then he continued to operate past those hours, and he also brought an article.
Twice, right?
Twice, and also after accepting the hours and standing before the members and saying, yes, I'll take a license to those hours, then brought an Article 78 action challenging the limits that were put, which was dismissed in court, and the judge said, you agree to these hours.
So why should I give him one now?
Well, this is going to be a different operation. It's going to be a Mexican-style restaurant.
Well, I don't think it's the operation that's the issue. I think it's more the character of coming before us, presenting something, not following through with it, and then taking an Article 78 proceeding against us to say that what we did was something that you had agreed to, the applicant had agreed to, wasn't valid. And I just think then it's what are the stipulations for? I think you just take away the meaning behind that. I also have an issue with the manager that he's hiring. The manager had listed himself as an owner of Relax Billiards, the prior licensee at this location, and then when questioned, he said it was an error and that he should have been listed as the manager and not the owner. So I have questions about the validity of the personal questionnaire answers as well.
They went to the village, you know, in August, and they had a meeting with the village board and the mayor, and they approved their hours and the type of operation, because they were changing everything over. It was going to be a restaurant. Before, it was more of a pool hall, the previous operation.
Well, why did he decide that he could agree to hours with us previously and then not abide by them?
Well, the other premises that he had, it was being operated by a manager, and
All right, I get the first violation. What about the second one?
it was still being operated by the manager.
Well, see, I mean, you're asking me to trust somebody who basically, in my view, came in here and told us a story that he wanted us to hear, and then went and did whatever he wanted. And I haven't seen any evidence to indicate to me that that's not going to happen again. I mean, we go through this process for a reason.
I understand that. I understand. If we can get a letter from the village concerning the operation.
The mayor is in contact with our agency on a weekly basis, so we're fully aware of what his feelings are about this establishment. He's made it very clear to us already. So a letter from him isn't really going to change anything here.
Okay, ready?
I mean, the applicant will, you know, he'll state emphatically that he'll abide by the hours.
He's already done that.
I know.
It's hard to come back. I mean, we want to give you an opportunity to run your business, but you had your chance and then you violated whatever. I mean, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, the thing is, like he said before, somebody else running, and he never followed the rules. But now we're gonna be on the top of the hours. So, and we spoke to the mayor, and we agree with at 2:00 in the morning every day.
Is that what he said?
The mayor, that was the email that we received from the mayor's office.
Yeah, I know.
However, the mayor's office is indicating that for stipulations, if the members are inclined to grant, no one under 21, and the hours Sunday through Thursday close at midnight, Friday and Saturday to 2.
Which is,
However, it's inconsistent with a restaurant, so.
but it's
for no one
inconsistent with what he just told us too, isn't it? What days was it closing at 12?
Was Sunday through Thursday.
So the email we got from the mayor said you're closing at 12. You just told us he told you you could close at 2.
2:00 every day.
No, that's not what he told us.
Okay, so we have to come back to.
Can we postpone this?
No.
So, I mean, based on this record, I vote to deny.
I'm voting to deny as well. The license was surrendered in 2015, but that was prior to us canceling it. And there is significant adverse history with this applicant that I would not be able to overcome. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
2393 Whispers in Lounge.
Sometimes.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi.
We're okay with the offer for cancellation and bond.
Yeah, I mean, if the licensee is also okay with what he offered. However, if you could see fit to not ask for the bond, this license has been surrendered already. There was
But Mr. Mailer, why would you submit one thing and then come here and ask for something else?
Well, because I am entitled to at least advocate on behalf of my client. I mean, whether.
Well, does he want to pay a check or?
Well, that's what we'll probably do. But if you could just see fit that he wouldn't have to pay anything. If I understand, we've agreed to the $1,000 bond. But if you could see fit not to, that would be appreciated by this licensee. He's now out and would like to save whatever he could. I mean, he's going to have to pay the bond company if that's the way it's going to go. So I'm just asking on behalf of the licensee.
I'll stick to your offer of cancellation and bond, and I'll accept that offer.
Okay.
I'll accept the offer as well.
Okay.
2446 Clan Fitz.
again, Martin Mailer, Mail and Buscemi, this went to a hearing. The licensee was very candid that he did purchase from a liquor store and didn't have the records with him when the
Your
investigators.
licensee was very candid that he keeps no records at all, that he simply throws them out.
This is somebody who pays the bill and throws it out. Yes, but he's now learned that he shouldn't do that. I mean, he didn't.
This is
he
somebody
didn't-
with a
he didn't
long
deny-
history with the authority that we've
No.
litigated violations.
The reason I'm standing here today is because I thought you might say that. This is somebody who's been around since 1991. Last year had a matter before the Liquor Authority that is now being litigated. This is merely someone, because of the shutdown, could not purchase alcohol from Southern. They're the only ones that sell certain products, and I mean, he admitted to doing that.
But it's not just the purchase from the unauthorized source. He admitted that he does not keep books and records.
No, he didn't
A
keep.
man who's been in business for many years at a very large establishment.
He keeps books and records. He doesn't keep the invoices. When he pays an invoice,
Which is part of his books and records.
I'm not going to argue that it is part of the books and records. That was his method of doing things. He kept the checks. He kept
He's
everything.
keeping them now?
Yes, he is. He got the other invoices immediately. He didn't have them from Southern because he didn't purchase from Southern.
Well, I have, I'm sustaining charges 1 and 2, dismissing charge 3, 4,500. I'm giving the standard guidelines, penalties as
I'll
opposed to
agree with that,
increasing.
4,500.
Thank you.
2413, WF Liquor Spirit.
This, again, Martin Mailer, Mail and Buscemi. This is my partner's case. He put in a $3,000 offer.
Should be 3,500, but all right, I'll accept 3,000.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Where are you getting that?
Oh, because it's a package L, so it should have been
Oh, right. I'll accept.
penalty, you know.
All right, thank you very much.
2436, Grab and Go Wine and Liquor.
That's for reconsideration.
Good morning, Jerome Sussman for the applicant here.
If I could just, before you start, you made one of the more interesting arguments that I have actually encountered here. Your argument is that they're having low sales because they can't meet the demand of the customers?
That's what I am saying.
Isn't that counterintuitive?
No.
Why would a business?
The reason, can I explain that?
Yes.
If a store has minimal sales, then they cannot purchase sufficient inventory to be able to supply the public.
What are they purchasing the inventory with?
They're purchasing the inventory with the money that they receive when they sell a product, so they have enough money to now buy something new.
The revenue.
Correct. And if the revenue is so low that the ability to purchase becomes minimal.
But that
They're-
argument
they're-
assumes that every business owner is a zero-sum business owner, that they only buy with what they collect, as opposed to money that they invest or have outlays or other sources of income, which is usually the case for small business owners.
But a small business owner who is purchasing minimal quantities is now selling the product for a substantially higher price than that one store that's doing over $1 million in this 4 nearest stores.
Okay.
So as a result of their not having the capital at this point to make the purchases in quantity, they cannot compete. If they can't compete, what happens is their sales decline and decline and decline until it gets to the point where they do one of two things. They either find somebody to buy the store or they close the store.
And this is your hypothesis. You don't have any evidence that that's actually what's going on.
Just based on their sales figures.
Okay.
I mean, if the sales figures are such that they show, as I said here, store number 1, based on the average
cost of doing business is showing a $6,800 profit for the year.
So you're not taking into account at all, or you're completely discounting the fact that there are 5 stores within 0.5, or 6 stores within 0.5 miles?
No, there are 4 stores.
See,
within
one went out of business.
0.5.
The closest one you're saying
One went out of business. The 5th one that the members referred to is just a little over 1 mile away.
What's that one?
That's the one on Liberty and 100th Street, 100-14, I think was the address. That's a mile and 1/10 from this applicant's store.
Which one is that? That's the one that you're saying we had the wrong address for?
No, that's the one that the disapproval refers to as being within a half mile.
Or 120-23, that one?
No, it's 100-20. It's 5,400 feet. If you look at the map that I
Right, that's the
submitted.
new Punjab Inc.? You're saying that's over a mile away, but there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 within half a mile, correct?
There are 4 within,
Half a mile.
basically 4 within a half a mile, yes.
Okay.
And there's only one of those 4 is doing over $1 million. One is doing 400,000, and the other 2 are doing approximately 200,000.
So what newer information are you proposing that we didn't see the last time?
Well, what I'm proposing is the fact that these 2 stores that are doing 200, something shortly over 200,000, are not adequately serving the community. They don't have the product. And
what product don't they have?
I don't know what product they don't have, but they can't possibly have a full.
So you're coming in here asking me to reconsider the application that we disapproved, and everything you're giving me is a hypothesis that's based on some economic theory that makes no sense to me?
Well, I don't know why it makes no sense to you,
because it's counterintuitive. Why would a business decide that they're going to instigate low sales by not meeting demand? Like Commissioner Kim said, that these people are in business, they're going to buy product if they can sell it.
Correct, but if you can only buy 5 cases at a time as opposed to.
But you don't even know that's happening.
But if they are buying in quantity, why aren't they selling?
Because there's too many liquor stores in the area.
That's
the simplest explanation, isn't it?
It is not the simplest.
I was giving some credit to your economic argument as twisted as it was, but then you lost me.
We'll talk about that later.
But you lost me at the point when you said that, again, as Chairman pointed out, you don't have any evidence that that's actually what's going on, and you don't even know what products that they're selling that your applicant would fill the void of, and so then the economic argument in itself doesn't really matter. If you had come in, and we already went through that, right? We asked you what the product mix would be at the original hearing, and there was nothing that came in then, and now there's nothing new coming in now, so there's no choice but to deny.
We are in a position where, first of all, we have an open store, whereas the 2 closest stores are bulletproof stores.
Well, we had that information last time. And we do promote open stores. There's no question about that. But
you're not promoting this open.
Well, no, we're not this location. I mean, the sales numbers just don't, to me, just don't support another store.
I have represented the liquor industry for 54 years now, and I have a very what shall I say, learned position as far as how these stores operate. When there's a problem with the store, client will call me and say, I have this problem or that problem, whatever. And generally, when I see a store doing this kind of volume, the problem is that they cannot purchase the inventory in any quantity so as to be able to compete. Now, if you can't compete.
But Mr. Sussman, and even if that, and I'm not questioning your experience, but even if your argument, if you've had that experience in the past, you are now asking me to believe that 4 stores with declining sales are all suffering from the same thing.
I'm saying 2 of those stores, not 4 of them. The third.
Well, even the $1 million,
third
the
store-
one making $1 million is, their sales are going up and down every year.
Well, that's, the economy goes up and down every year, and we don't know what will be, but it's still doing over $1 million, whereas 2 of those stores that you cite as being 2 of the 4 nearest stores are doing slightly over 200,000. Now, why is that? If they're in the same community, why can one store do $1 million and 2 other stores do 200,000 and the 4th store do 400,000?
And there's several factors that could explain that, and you're fully aware of those factors.
And this store is large enough to put in, we have a little over 1,400 square feet of sales space in this store, where we can stock a full line of wines and liquors and have the people in the area come in and shop and choose what they like. They're in a position to pick up a bottle and look at it and say, no, I don't think I want this.
This is all, we've done this already. What, other than your economic argument, is there anything else new?
There is nothing else I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny the reconsideration as well. I just don't have any new information that would support this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2445 East Savoy.
2, 3, 4 sustains.
All right, Jerome Sussman again for the licensee.
Have they fixed these violations with the visibility? This is the second time you've had the visibility.
The visibility, let me try to explain that one. On March 15, 2014, he got a summons for the windows being tinted. He hired a company to remove the tint right after he got the summons. And they removed, before this May 3rd, which is a month and a half, he had removed they removed everything from all of the plate glass windows, and the only thing that was remaining with it was the door. And that hadn't been finished yet.
Why?
Because of the weather.
For 2 months?
May 3rd?
In order to remove the tint, they have to be steamed. The windows have to be steamed to peel off the tint.
So do you have evidence that he had already paid for that work to be done?
Do I have evidence with me? No.
Does he have evidence? Do you have evidence?
I didn't have the evidence. The gentleman that put the tint on came back, and he used the tint cards. He's the one that came back and had to remove any.
So he removed it. Now your door does not have that tint?
No, it doesn't have the tint now.
It was finished almost immediately after the second violation. It was almost finished before the second violation. So as far as that's concerned, the licensee had attempted to correct the situation and had it almost finished.
Now, do you have your books and records on the premises? Yes.
And the security guards?
The security guards here, the testimony was that he was, and he didn't have a license to, a security company license. We presented evidence, testimony to the effect that this security company supplied our guards, and we submitted a copy of the printout from the Secretary of State showing that they were licensed.
But you didn't submit a contract from the security guard company?
We did not submit a contract.
Are you contracted with them now?
Yes.
Okay, so that problem is not a problem anymore?
No.
Okay.
Which charge was that?
Is your corporation still dissolved?
Yes.
Oh.
The ALJ did not sustain the charge, even though it's uncontroverted that the corporation is dissolved. 2 ALJs actually didn't sustain the charge, though it's uncontroverted the corporation is dissolved.
So what,
Which charge is that?
Charges number 5 and 6 were not sustained by the ALJ who heard the case, and they were not sustained upon resubmission by another ALJ.
Correct. The license was issued to the Inc., not to the individual.
And that doesn't exist anymore?
It's been dissolved.
The corporation doesn't exist anymore?
The corporation was dissolved by proxy. What happened in
Right.
that? Can I speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
In 2005, when I basically applied for my liquor license, I never got the liquor license until 2008.
Let me make a statement. He applied, he applied for the license. The license was approved. And he could not get the building department for 3 years to give him a final C of O. So we didn't pick up the license for 3 years.
Right.
It's not that he got the license and he was operating. He was not operating for that 3-year period. You want to continue?
Yes, so at that point in time, for the 3 years that I was not operating, we just couldn't get the C of O to basically pick up the license and so forth and so on. Now, I just found out about the proclamation based on this situation here. All this time, I was paying all the taxes, my income tax, everything was being paid. Now, what happened, I fell behind in my sales tax, okay, my sales tax. And then when I fell back in my sales tax, I had to make an agreement with the state. And the state takes out money every month out of my account to basically catch up to pay up the sales tax. So the agreement was that I have to pay the sales tax that's due, and basically from there now, what I owed is taken out of my account every month. So when I called the state and said, listen, I just found out, just like how the liquor authority wasn't notified, I wasn't notified, that basically it was
Dissolved by proclamation.
Nobody knew at that point in time. They said, okay, what I have to do is to continue the business with no problem, okay, and they'll continue taking the money out of my account.
Yeah, but there's a problem with us.
Yeah, well, can
And
I
this is-
explain
Well, I
further?
mean, and I get that it wasn't sustained, and I'm not trying to rake you over the coals, but the company that's dissolved is the one that holds the liquor license. And you've had 2 years or a year and a half to get a new one and try to transfer it, and nothing's happened.
Oh, he's not looking to avoid taxes that he owes. He has been
We're not
paying.
talking about the taxes, but do you understand the name on the license doesn't exist anymore?
I understand that.
So what are we supposed to do?
The state said they will reinstate his corporation as soon as his sales taxes.
And you're on a monthly payment plan with them for how many years?
I've been on it for about 9 months.
No, how many more years do you have?
How much more? I would say probably about, based on what I'm paying, it might take about another 10 months. Based on what they're taking out of my account.
Can we go, can I have a consultation?
Yep. Got it.
So we're back on. You're aware that he has a renewal coming up at the end of the year.
Yes, sir, the 31st of December.
So you're going to want to get all this worked out by then?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Well, how do you think you're going to do that by the
He's
end?
going to have to come up with the funds to pay off his obligation.
Members, do you want the renewal to come here?
Yes, we're going to ask that the renewal come to the board.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, based on that understanding, sustaining charges 1 through 4, dismissing charges 5 and 6, and 5,000.
I'll agree with that. 5,000.
Thank you.
Okay. 2467, Marino Brothers.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Moreno.
Morning. I believe we have opposition, so maybe we'll have the opposition speak first. Mr. Lin?
2467.
Wow.
Oh, is everybody for this? Huh?
Are they all your clients?
No, but it's good some extra people came.
So have each one of them come up first and put their name on the record?
Okay. The ones that I am representing is Fooly Inc. and Northern World.
Okay, can you all come up and put your name on the record?
All come up. Just keep coming. Everybody, please come. Come to the front. Please, just keep coming. We could save time.
Right here, right here,
Right there.
Go ahead.
Sir, keep coming.
My name is Ying Chuan Fu from Foley Inc. The address is 9608 31 Avenue, East Amherst.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jose Urena, J&J Liquor Store Corp.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Tuan Vang, Big One Liquor and Wine.
My name is Lloyd at 9420 Northern World Liquor.
Caro Miguel, 81, Angie Wines and Liquor.
What's the name of it?
Angie Wines and Liquor,
Angie
81st Northern Boulevard.
31st Northern Boulevard.
I will be quick with just some major points. Number one, saturation. As per the SLA LAMP schedule attached as Exhibit 1, there are 8 liquor stores within 0.6 miles of this applicant, and I list them. In addition to that, it should be noted that there's the second closest store, which is 30-57 90th Street Corp., was just licensed a few months ago in March of 2015. But that is a small store, but it was just licensed recently. The Addictive Boutique at 87th Street, 3262 87th Street, the last one on my list, was just licensed November 25th, 2013. I supplied as my exhibit population statistics, which does show a increase in population, but that increase is somewhat quite moderate for the last 10 years, and I did get an estimate with regard to 2013, and that too is quite moderate.
What was the last store you mentioned?
It's Addictive Boutique at 3262
How far is that?
87th Street, 0.5 miles from applicant. It was just licensed November 2013. I believe it's not in East Elmsford, though. I believe it's in Jackson Heights.
How big is that space?
I don't know. I don't think that's a big store either.
Fine, thank you.
The sales figures do not demonstrate that there's a market demand for another store. Fooly Inc., which is the closest store, had a significant decrease in sale from 2013 to 2014. BOA Liquors, or BOA, also shows marginal and significant decrease for 2013, 2014. The second closest store, 30-57 90th Street, was just opened in March, so it has no sales figures. And Northern World shows marginal sales. It is a new license, but it was a transfer. It was not a regular, but we don't have real figures on that. And then the only other thing I like to point out is most of these stores are bulletproof. Fuli is bulletproof. Northern World and 97-08 Northern Boulevard, all bulletproof. The only ones that are open is that new store on 90th Street. Again, just opened, is an open store. And Big Wong on 83rd and Astoria, that one happens to be an open store too. I'm not exactly sure about the other stores, but so you have, in essence, 2 stores that are open stores. I believe all the other stores are bulletproof. But I don't think Public Convenience and Advantage will be served because the area is pretty much saturated with stores, and we do show a decreasing amount of sales.
Do you know, I see J&J was a...
I thought he was here from J&J. Who's here from J&J? Can you come here, please? 2 questions for him, too.
How, I see your store moved in 2013?
2 shops.
That's all it was
Yeah.
2 shops over? Okay.
It's the same block.
So, I'm sorry, how big is your premise?
It's, I don't get the square, it's, say 600 square feet, maybe?
600 square
I
feet?
don't think it's even that much.
And did you submit your numbers, gross sales? Did you submit it?
I believe I sent it to my accountant. I think he was supposed to send it in. Sales are down in general this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
We never got it?
I got an uphill battle here.
All right, one second. Just for your information, if we ask for sales numbers and we don't get it, what we do is we'll send enforcement out to your store. So I would advise that when you get this kind of a notice, that you would send in your sales in a timely manner. Is that? No, don't send it to your accountant. Send it to us. Okay, thank you.
Or make sure the accountant sends it to
Right,
us. but
somebody
it's gotta get
it's
to
gotta
us.
get to us. Oh,
Right.
we never received it. Okay, all right, thank you. Good, sir.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Pedro Moreno. I'm the owner of Moreno Brothers, Inc. My goal for today and for the future is to open a small 500 square foot liquor store in the East Elmhurst area. Now, the reason that I chose this area is that my location is only right in the corner, if you take a look at Exhibit A, of a bus stop. In an area where 45% of the population takes public transportation, this is extremely important. Also, right across the street, a stone's throw away, there's also a Walgreens, which is a destination area. So when people go to do their shopping or get their pharmacy, they could always go across the street to get their additional needs. Also, one thing I want to note is that the population has increased, not significantly, but it definitely has gone up. But more important to this is that there has been significant gentrification in the area. If we take a look at Exhibit B, 1 through 7, we could see that in the northern part of Astoria Boulevard, there are 13 properties as of now that are currently either being rebuilt or refurbished. I also want to bring to the attention that I want to bring some.
No, I mean, you're referring to all these exhibits, and I think what your representative did, or you did, was you submitted it this morning, correct?
Well, it was, I believe that was the one that we received after 7 o'clock last night.
Oh, after, like,
I
so
have
you
a
sent
copy.
it sometime, so if you have copies, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's hard, we have a lot of paperwork to review, but when we get it either late the night before or the morning of, there's no guarantee that we'll have time to look at it, so you're referring to all these exhibits. Okay, thank you.
So if we could go back to,
Exhibit A.
so, give me 1 second. On Exhibit A, it will show that 45% of the population does take public transportation. Being that my new store would be in the corner where there's two current bus lines, the Q46 and the Q18. That's something very important, as well as the Walgreens right across the street. But going back to my other point, which was that Exhibits B 1 through 7, currently right now, East Elmhurst is going through significant gentrification where a lot of old homes are being built. They're being refurbished. People are moving in. People are pretty much changing the way that they were doing their living. Another point that I want to point out is that in using Exhibit C, I'm Hispanic, and I want to bring something to the community that reminds me of home. The population growth between 1990 to 2006 has grown to 62.3% of the population of East Elmhurst. So what I submitted was a list of 75 wines and spirits that I'm going to be casing at my location.
You mean the Latino population, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't mean the population overall, okay.
Correct. So I submitted proof of 75 wines and spirits that I'm going to be showcasing at my particular location to address this this need as of now. But more importantly, if we could take a look at Exhibit D, what I want to service is an underserviced area. When we take a look at that particular map, we can see that on Astoria Boulevard, between 84th Street and 101st Street, there's only 2 liquor stores, and they're each at one end or the other. My store will be conveniently located in the center of this. Why is this important? Because once again, if 45% of the population takes public transportation, I'm more than sure as a New Yorker, and you guys could agree, you're not gonna walk 17 blocks for your shopping needs. I will be located nicely in the middle where people are gonna be able to come in for their local goods. Now, the other point that I want to make sure that I address is that as the neighborhood changes, as people are coming in to build new things, to build new homes, and to prosper, we as business owners have to do the same. My store will be an open concept store. Now, this is something a little bit different than what my competitors currently have, where they have a bulletproof glass store where pretty much you have to ask for your product. My product, you'll be able to reach out, get it on your own, bring it to the counter, and ring you up for sales.
Is JJ Liquor Store an open store?
Close.
No, it's bulletproof. All right. I mean, 2 stores. So the 2 stores on Astoria Boulevard, you're 17 blocks apart.
17 blocks, long blocks apart.
So, Mr. Lynn, oh, there you are. I was waiting. So, on that side of Astoria Boulevard, it doesn't seem that there's, all the other stores closest seem to be on the other side of Astoria Boulevard.
That's the exact point I was going to make. If you look at my Exhibit 2, it's the second page. It shows it's in the, I guess, pink color or purple color, showing that Astoria Boulevard is right in the middle of East Elmhurst. And then if you go south, it's Northern Boulevard. What's interesting with that, and Northern Boulevard is contiguous to Jackson Heights. In this area, most of the community runs from Astoria Boulevard towards Northern Boulevard. When you go into the other area, going towards Grand Central Parkway, it's not heavily residential, and a lot of the housing is the A-shaped small housing. And the reason why I know is I got lost in there.
Oh, but the question he asked you is the 2 stores, J&J and Vans, seem to be on the other side of Astoria Boulevard to the applicant. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I don't understand what you mean to the other
Well,
side.
there's 2 sides to Astoria Boulevard. There's
Like the east and the west?
Yes.
Right. Oh, okay, yes. One's to the east, one's to the west. And what I'm also saying, however, is even though there's the void there, all the other stores are within 0.5 miles of, there's 6 other stores within 4.4 miles of that area from where his is. So even though there's a void on Astoria Boulevard per se, there's still, in your most populated area between Astoria Boulevard and Northern Boulevard, you still have 6 stores that are open and operating.
True, but on his side of Astoria Boulevard, if you go further in towards the Grand Central Parkway, I understand there are more A-frame houses, but for those residents, it would be a lot more further than 0.5.
Yeah, but I'm just emphasizing the fact that it's not that heavily populated. Most of your population goes towards the Jackson Heights section, which much more densely populated. And as the gentleman said, most of your trafficking in this area, going to stores, whatever, is commercial. There's really no walking distances, so it's a basically traffic approach area anyhow. So I don't really see...
Which then strengthens the argument that because he's on the other side of Astoria Boulevard, it does provide a public convenience and advantage. But...
and still, he's really shown, you don't really see any great demand, though, still in that area because of the sales figures that were submitted and that the authority has.
Well, once again, my target audience is going to be the people to the north of Astoria.
Mr. Marino, let
No, I'm sorry. And then the only other thing is that rebuilding current housing is not really gentrification.
No, I agree with that. That's true. The rebuilding
All right,
is
well, I
not
had
really.
to say it.
And usually I like your maps, but this one is very distorted.
Very
looking.
poor, I apologize.
So, I
I've
mean-
been having trouble with my
His is very good.
computer. Thank you.
So, okay, looking at the map, I think it's very telling. The fact that the proposed store is on the other side of Astoria Boulevard, and even though the other side, opposite across from the proposed applicant's Astoria Boulevard side is more densely populated, I believe it does provide a public convenience advantage for those who are living on the proposed applicant side, as well as headed towards the direction on Astoria Boulevard where the store is going to be. Included is a slight increase in population, about 1.25%, I believe, from 2000 to 2010. For those reasons, and it's a small footprint, I approve the license.
I'm going to approve as well, based on the area he's going to. He's on the other side of Astoria Boulevard, as Commissioner Kim said. There's a large residential area between Astoria Boulevard and Grand Central Parkway that I don't think is being served or could be served better by his store. And he is going to have an open store, which obviously is something that we promote here. So I'm also going to approve as well.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And
Good luck.
Thank you.
2435 Smithtown Liquors is another request for reconsideration of a full board disapproval.
Good afternoon. John Springer appearing for Smithtown Liquors. With me is Jyoti Kaur, the applicant, and come on this side, and her husband. And this is Havinder Singh, the lender. You had asked some questions about the lender last time. He's just here if you had any additional questions. The real reason we're here, though, is I've never filed a reconsideration for a liquor store before.
Is that true?
What's that?
Is that true?
That is true. I know your feeling about them, and
No, I don't have a feeling about him.
well,
As long as you have something new, which you do have new information.
I have three things that I believe are significant. The first is I was kind of stunned at the hearing, and I probably should have asked for an adjournment on the Aquavita being 0.3 or 0.7, whichever you look at it. It's well down Wisconsin Highway. And that really changes the landscape of where these stores are. The closest store, 0.9, is down at Smithtown Boulevard, as you know, and so is Wisconsin Liquor, 1.7 down that way. That's Wisconsin, Lake Ronkonkoma area. The other three stores, the two stores up by East Main Street and Route 111, Grace at Venturine and Figari's, both of those, even though Grace at Venturine was recently licensed, that store has been there since 1990s at least, and probably further back. Same thing with Figari's. Figari's had moved to 2 doors down a couple of years ago.
That I think we did know that. That was in our records, that it was a transfer.
Yeah, but you had mentioned that in the hearing, you said, mentioned Aqua Vita being very close.
Yes.
And it's really not. If you look at the map, there's nothing From Aqua Vita towards where my client is, which is very close to Wisconsin Highway, there's no stores. And then, but more importantly, when you go to the east of my client, up on 347, and just to the north on the other side of Wisconsin Highway, and all the subdivisions to the west of my client, there's population there, and there's no store in that corner. So you really have four sort of distinct areas, Fagari and Grace Aventurine in the village of the Branch in downtown Smithtown, and you really can't even go there in a direct line. To get there, you have to go up Terry Road all the way to Middle Country Road and make a left and go west. So that's one grouping. Aqua Vita and Sandy's are down in Hauppauge. They're not even in Smithtown. And the Wine and Liquor Busters, that's more of a Wisconsin, Lake Ronkonkoma. So I think that's significant. The other thing that was significant was that Commissioner Kim mentioned the store that was disapproved last year, which I hadn't been aware of at the time, Sunmark Liquors. If you look at the disapproval of both that application and our application, they're very similar. They talked about industry experience and things like that, which is, it's not unusual to give a license to somebody that doesn't have liquor industry experience. I understand why it was mentioned in the findings. But Commissioner Kim voted to approve that license for Sunmark based on the heavily trafficked road and the increasing population. Now, he was in a minority and it didn't get approved, but that store would have been 0.3 miles away from those stores that are down there now. This store is 0.9 miles away. It's not significantly bigger than the Sunmark. I think these are significant things and worthy of reconsideration. The sales, the only two stores we don't have recent sales for are Aqua Vita and Grace Aventurine, and that's because they were recent transfers. All the other stores have increasing sales, really strong sales. Wisconsin Liquor, 660 to 880,000, something like that. What was it? It was 612,000 in 2012, up to 880,000 in 2014. That store has been there since 2000. You know, the increase could be attributed to the population increase that I talked about at the hearing. Fagaris didn't submit gross sales, but their sales have been increasing every year. And they're almost up at 2 million. They've been around since the 1990s as well. Wine and Liquors, they're well over $1 million, and their sales have been increasing.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So I think for these reasons, I think this kind of changes the landscape a little bit from when you voted to disapprove. So I think this is a meritorious request, and I'd ask you to look on it favorably. I know you don't like my maps, and I'm working on getting them better. But if you can, when we put Aqua Vita where it should be down here, there's nothing around my client. These are the stores I mentioned that are in downtown Smithtown. These are the Hauppauge stores. These are the Wisconsin Lake Ronkonkoma stores.
Can I see that map, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
You can have it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we already talked about that.
See someone coming up here, someone coming down here. That seems pretty well covered. Here maybe. Space Adventures. Okay.
Somebody that we approved or not? I just went through Hauppauge, Wisconsin. But that's 3 miles away.
We got opposition too. If you're inclined to do this, we got to listen to.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not inclined. I don't really see much. So I understand that, you had a basis for the reconsideration request because the Aqua Vitae wines and liquors was incorrectly listed here. No, actually,
mentioned
I think I probably should listen to the opposition. Okay, can we listen to the opposition, please?
Yeah, hi, my name is Ingvar Haglov, and I'm from Neskanset Liquors.
Which one are you from?
Neskanset
Okay.
Liquors. We are on the same road as Smithtown Boulevard. It's called Terry Road as you go up north. The whole area is only, I mean, people only use cars. There's not like whether it's 1.2 miles or 0.4 miles, it changes from driving 45 seconds to 1.5 minutes. I don't think it's not like a New York City situation or even Queens where I mean, it's a whole one big area. And where he mentioned that he had that big, I mean, if you see the map, north of 347, which is the big, there's no people coming from that. It's mostly industrial area up there. And all along 347 is not commercial. It's just like a drive-through. It's like saying, oh, I should open a liquor store along LIE. So I don't think, I mean, there's no public convenience added by them opening. And I don't even know why they would want to open, because it's going to be a very tough location. It's completely dead up there. There's like I don't know even what the stores are next to them. Plus, the landlord has put up a sign for rent in their location. So I don't know if they have a lease even.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just 2 points on that. Smithtown Boulevard is not, and Terry Road are not the same. If you look at the map, Terry Road, Smithtown Boulevard merges into Terry Road, but it's almost like making a turn. It's not the same street. But Terry Road, it doesn't just change names. Terry Road goes south to the Long Island Expressway at exit 58. People come off exit 58, Nichols Road, and they come up Terry Road, which is heavily trafficked, to go to Nesconset Highway and to go home.
What's this one right here?
Smithtown Boulevard. It's Terry Road. Where's Terry Road? Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's still on Smithtown Boulevard. I mean,
Really like you to look at the sales and the population increase.
See, the problem I have is the sales. And I actually went back and because of your argument regarding the distance of Aqua Vitae, which I recognize there's obviously a mistake that was made there somehow. So I went back and rewatched the tape about what my basis was for the denial. And, you know, this part of it was the sales figures, and that we really didn't get clear sales figures because of the two, not new stores, but transfers. And that was one of the justifications that was one of the issues that I clearly had. The Grace Advert team, we only have the 2015 sales, and the Aqua Vitae, we only have the 2015 sales. So we don't really know.
Can I address that, though, please?
Yeah, you can.
If you look at that map, to get from where we are to where Grace Abercine is, you can't go in any direct route. It is so far out of the beaten path to get over there. You have to go all the way up to Middle Country Road. There's no direct road.
Well, there's people on the south of them,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't know, you know, for every liquor store you put within this distance of another liquor store, I'm sorry, you're taking money from those other ones. So it is going to affect sales. And I don't know, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I don't know whether it's a bad thing based on the numbers we have right
But
now.
I
And
don't
was
think
one of
that
the-
should be a deciding factor.
It wasn't. The other deciding factor I had was that there were 5 stores, and I wrote down the notes from me watching the tape, and I said that there were 5 stores within 2 miles, and 2 were just transferred.
There's nothing unusual about that in Suffolk County. You can go to any part of Suffolk County, and I can pull up an address, and I can show you 5 stores within 2 miles.
But because of the lack of sales figures, and the ones we do have, you're right, the one is up, but the other one is flat. I just didn't see the public convenience and advantage, and I don't, while you did present something new, I'm not saying you didn't, I don't see it now. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Does it make any difference that these people that bought these stores did their due diligence, and they know what the sales of the last store was, and it was attractive enough that they bought these stores? That shouldn't.
Well, what are you talking about?
Aqua Vita bought an existing store that had been there since the 1990s next to a meat farms. Grace Abercine is in a big shopping center.
I'm not saying they're not making money. I'm saying I just don't see the public convenience and advantage based on what I have in front of me. And that's why I'm voting to deny.
I concur with the chairman. I vote to deny based on those.
And it has nothing to do with your clients. I mean, it just was the location to me. And maybe in a year, if I see those numbers and they're better, or at least I can get some idea of where Grace Aventurine is and Aqua Vitae is, then I'd be more apt to agree with you on all of them. But right now, I only have really one to go on, and I just don't, I think we have to see how it settles out.
Okay,
So-
but all the other stores that we do have the numbers on are going up very significantly. Shouldn't that give an indication of what the area is doing in
Well, they
general?
didn't, one went up about $78,000. The other one is going up and down, or has gone up since 2011. So there's just two that are close by that one being Aqua Vitae and the other being Grace Evertine that I have no information on. So I'm going to vote. I don't see the public convenience or advantage.
They voted. They voted.
I'm sorry.
They voted. They voted.
Can I ask?
Yes, you can ask me a question.
Can you put the next hearing in the December, because you can close the years and you can see the sales?
No,
That
I would
was-
probably has to go longer than that.
All right, thank you.
2434, ALNR.
I'm Paul Rosen on behalf of the applicant, and I apologize for having to say it, but good afternoon.
Oh. Good afternoon.
There are a number of things that occurred, probably primarily it's my fault that we're even here. At the closing of this premises in September, late September, I was provided with the surrender form from the attorney for the seller.
That was the one question I have. Why?
I assumed he had taken the license and he was surrendering it on behalf of his client.
And that, there appears to be authorizations that I see that would indicate that that was the case, correct?
It is the case. When I found out that there was still a license, he then provided me with one in my name so I could take the license, take possession of the license, and for the first time realized that the license hadn't been previously surrendered by the seller.
And I mean, I don't know, did you prepare these authorizations?
No, he did.
There's no dates on them?
No, I'm sorry, but
Well, it looks
that's
like
what
they
he
were
sent
both
me.
made the same day. I kind of think somebody's trying to pull one over on me here, so convince me that I'm wrong.
Well, all I can say is you are wrong. It was my understanding that he was going to be doing it. The seller, to our understanding, was leaving the country immediately. Maybe he executed both of them at the same time, but I was provided
say
with
that.
the one.
That's not gonna help
Well,
you.
but I was not provided with the second one until
But
later
why
on.
why would he execute two at the same time?
I can't explain that.
I mean,
can't
to me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but is it unorthodox for the purchaser's attorney to be turning in the seller's liquor license?
Without permission from the seller.
Well, he has the permission, but I.
I obtained it later on, but I also may say that we were surprised. We thought there would be an inventory that would be transferring because we had filed also the filing papers for us to obtain the inventory. When we got to the store before the closing, everything was removed except one bottle of each type of liquor that he had in the place, and then he abandoned anything that was open on the shelves.
So why would he, and there's another question I have, why was he leaving one bottle of everything?
Because he denuded the store, that's all I can tell you. When we got there for an inventory, he left us one bottle of each kind. Everything else had been removed. We were being prepared to transfer whatever he was leaving for us, and there was nothing left to transfer. I filed the one bottle of each type of liquor that he did leave, and that's
how
what
long-
we had left. I'm sorry.
So how long have they been operating without a license now? Without alcohol?
The license was taken by the local police department in November, which was shortly after they had finally cleaned up the store and opened it for business, had their tax numbers, all the additional things, the approval from the county of Westchester and Mount Kisco so that they could open the place. I had prepared the certificate saying that a liquor license was pending, and that was displayed. I might say that two departments, both Mount Kisco and the alcohol beverage control officer both had the opportunity to be in the store. Neither one of them has indicated that any alcohol was being sold during any of this time. So what we have at the worst is maybe a license that it was displayed, but no one has indicated that any alcohol was ever being sold. I mean, I made that clear to him at the closing. So I might also say that the notices that were sent to the prior owner, one was sent to his home address, the other one to the landlord. They had no notice that there was even a problem with this license. Otherwise, we might have tried to appear on their behalf. I would have been in contact with the attorney for the seller to see if we could have made some kind of compromise so that it wouldn't have been surrendered, but we had no knowledge that was even taking place. I might also add that during this period of time, I've been continually submitting additional papers that were being requested between the original January approval and then 2 weeks later, the denial. I'm still receiving, and through, I think it was May, I was still being requested to provide additional papers, which I've been doing, in addition to having to find a CO from the village, which took a substantial period of time to be able to be sent in to show that there was a CO for the building. What basically was done was the restaurant was a mess, and it was cleaned up. But the premises itself had the same design, and nothing was changed. And because the seller's attorney had been so good about handing over all the papers that I would need from the prior application, I had no reason to believe that since he provided me with that transfer, that he was in fact taking care of the liquor license. And I didn't get the chance to go up to the place to take final pictures and put in an
But you
affidavit.
represented them in the purchase, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so, I mean, the purchaser attorney should take control of the liquor license? I would think, to avoid all of this.
Well, now I know that. I thought
So
it had been
here's
done.
what I'd like to do. So there is an availing charge. It did occur for a period of time. I'll sustain that, and
No, it was
No.
sustained against the prior license.
What?
Yeah, they've
all right, they already paid for that. So based on that, because the availing charge was sustained, this is for reconsideration. So
denial of the li-
it's a
the
denial of the
reconsidering the li-
reconsideration, but you can
No,
refile,
they can refile. We don't want to keep this application.
and you can refile a new application.
I thought the latest papers I received were that we could ask for reconsideration on the denial.
You did, and the members are not granting it.
Oh, I didn't hear that said.
Well, I haven't said it yet, but I was about to, and
sorry.
she and I think alike. But I'm going to ask that this come before us.
The new application.
Yes, if there is a new application, but I'm going to deny the request for reconsideration. Which means I'm telling you to file again. You understand that?
What, let me ask you this, because there was some confusion as to whether they understood that all the filing fees had been paid. Several times they were telling us that they were going to return them. I continually gave them the information that they were requesting.
The refund was issued on or about August of 2015.
Did you get a
However-
refund? You 640? Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. I wasn't told.
40?
So file again,
So
and it'll
just
come
file
before
For
us.
for the temporary permit,
You know,
that's
the-
non-refundable, but the main
I'm sorry?
license fee.
The temporary permit fees are non-refundable. They got refunded for the license fee of $1,792. That's what. the
Okay,
refund
and there
is.
was a 600 and something fee
That's
also.
non-refundable for the ST permit. That says it right on the application. It's non-refundable.
Yeah,
Okay.
Their first check for the 640 was returned for insufficient funds, they replaced it. But that is
Thank you.
non-refundable. 2468, Access Unlimited.
Oh, this was for the Smithtown.
Smithtown.
May I start?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki, 1110 South Avenue, Staten Island, New York. I'm the attorney today making an appearance. Mr. Brian Sutherland, I'm the attorney of record. Mr. Fitzpatrick is unable to appear today. From what I gathered from him over the last week or so, being here has to do basically with the community board initially having to do with not being able to support the applicant in granting a license because they had such problems with the old licensee, which was the dugout, that they wanted to make sure that, they would meet with the applicant to see if, about the outside area and the noises, et cetera. When Mr. Fitzpatrick found out on October 2nd, when he got notification that he was to appear at a meeting at the Liquor Authority on 10/20, he called the local community board, and on 9/24, he sent them an amended community board notification removing the entire outdoor area. And with that, according to the records, Charlene Wagner from Community Board 3 sent an email notification to the authority that they no longer are opposed to this and they withdraw any and all objections.
Did we get any of this?
I don't
'Cause
have
your
that.
the application I have in front of me still has the outdoor area in it.
Hang on.
And
What date did that occur on?
The amended community board notification that went to the community board was on September 24th.
No, I mean, that's when they told the community board they were removing it.
Yeah.
Well, when did they tell us?
I don't have that information. I would imagine that Mr. Fitzpatrick amended the information on the application and sent it up here. If that's
Oh, I do have it?
Check the back, check the back.
That's what's normally done.
It was supplemental.
I have a letter from Mr. Fitzpatrick on October 13th.
I don't have it.
You have the letter from Mr. Fitzpatrick's office on October 13th?
It was attached as part of the last board meeting.
I think it was page 13 of the application that was amended.
Page. So they withdrew.
May I approach? I have a letter from, I just want to make sure you have this.
Sure. Thank you. Issuance of this license.
And then October 8th, the district manager, sent up the letter not having any objections to the granting of the license. So maybe the misunderstanding is.
So are there any other stipulations with the community board other than there's not going to be any outside area?
No, the entire problem was the outside area. The client has totally agreed to not use any outside area. Certainly at this point, if at any point in the future where he believes he has the right to, he will certainly notify the community board and move forward in that direction. But right now, the nature of his business is totally changing. They changed the name. They have a very extensive menu. He's trying to basically turn it into more of a restaurant. I think there's a 5-page menu in there, and there's no indication of sports bar on the front. It's called Highland Park Place, so he kind of wants to change the whole, feeling of the place to more of a restaurant.
Mr. Vasaki, just when you're notifying Secretary's office of that stuff, notify licensing too, so we can update the report for the members.
Certainly tell Mr. Fitzpatrick that, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't you, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm just,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay. It's all right. I saw something in the app, I have this whole file, I got it not too long ago, and I kind of went through the whole thing. There was something in here that was taken off, so I thought that was submitted to the authority, but I do have that portion taken off.
All right, I see that the community board withdrew its objection based on the representation amended application that there will be no outdoor seating. So I'm okay, I'll approve. Oh, one question, actually, is there a certificate of relief on file? Or disposition?
Sent to court.
Do you have a copy of certificate of relief or disposition? There's a conviction that he had.
I didn't go that deep into it. I could step out and see what's in the file. I didn't anticipate any other problems other than this whole community board issue with the outside seating. You ever give anything from after the arrest?
What is it for?
I don't know.
Wait, no, there was none, so it wouldn't be have a city. Though there was something, it was not, it was an infraction or a violation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's.
Okay. All right. I approve.
I approve too. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, men, ladies.
2461, last train stop.
Oh, yes.
Ronald Koppelman of Council to Schloss and Schloss. This is Thomas Emmett Woods, the licensee. As you know, this was a decision made by the administrative law judge, whereby she determined that of 18 potential incidents, she found only 10 out of the 18 satisfied these violations. We believe that based upon the fact that my client never provided a parking lot, that this parking lot from the front of his steps all the way to the train station in all directions, and the parking lot to the rear, to the left, I mean, were all maintained by the MTA and the city of Poughkeepsie. So we could not, pursuant to Authority Rule 53.1, have provided this lot for our patrons' use. They use it, just like all
Well, is that what the calls were, that they were using the lot? They didn't start in the bar? They weren't were they patrons of the bar? No, but the ones that you're talking about, I believe that the ALJ pointed out that the large majority of them were in the bar previously to the activity that went on outside. Well,
one of them was a woman who was drunk, refused access into the place that they're supposed to be by security. She went outside and had a problem in the parking lot with a taxi cab driver. Why is my client responsible for that? They did the right thing. We believe that only 6 incidents were involved.
that's all we need.
Well,
That's a good question.
there were 18 referrals in 7 months, and the ALJ credited 10 of those 18 to the licensed premise, which would make it a focal point for police attention.
The question is, what is the definition of any in 53.1? It says
Well, the ALJ answered that.
Well, listen, this isn't the forum to argue in Article 78, so if you want to do that, you obviously can, and we'll respond to it, but I'm not going to go through that now.
the issue of the NJS Sports Bar that had been decided, I believe, a month before we had our hearing. They had significant amounts of charges. And they also, much more than us, I think they had something like 18 that are sustained. They also cooperated with the police. The client has been involved with this location for about 10 years, has had meetings with the police department on a 6-month basis, every 6 months.
When was that, MJS?
Work
Oh,
things out
15.
to make sure he runs the place properly. MJS said, well, you know, that's very nice, I'm glad you cooperated, we're found guilty. And they paid a fine, they sustained a fine of $5,500.
Is the local police department now supporting your client's operation? And
Are they supporting it? They testified, every police officer that testified had nothing against my client, and in fact said that he's running the place property.
And I don't know if you're familiar about where I'm from. So I'm very familiar with your client's location, and I would agree with everything you just said. I don't think he is a bad operator, but this was a problem. I mean, the place has a tremendous reputation. There's no question about that. But this was a problem. And maybe it was because the police weren't sitting there anymore, but that's not really what their job is.
What is my client supposed to do? He has asked them, and now say we can't even talk to you because this charge is pending.
Well, they're not going to be pending shortly, so they can talk to him after that.
And what is he supposed to do? We have talked over the years to Art Gottesman many times. His license, Mahoney's at Dooley Square Inc. Through, my client has met with Mr. Gottesman, Investigator Gottesman, and he has suggested a lot of things. My client has always followed them. Now, $5,500 is sustained by the third department, the third department, for a lot more incidents. My client shouldn't be fined any more than me. If it's 10 out of 10 instead of 18, maybe he should be fined $2,500. If he has to be fined.
Okay.
And we promise you, well, one of the things we're going to do is I'm personally going to call Bart Gottesman or whoever is up in Albany in enforcement and say, help us. What do we do better to run this place? They can be putting us out of business. That's not the purpose of the statute.
Okay.
Okay, so sustained charges 1 and 2, impose 3,500.
I'll agree with that, 3,500.
Great name, though. Last train stop.
Okay, the next two items have a common principle. It's 2455 and 2456, Bob's Discount Liquor, and 99 cents discount.
Why you got down?
55 and 56.
They'll have a new mayor up there shortly anyway.
Hold on, John. John, hold on a second, please.
John, hold on. Mr. Springer, hold on, please.
What was the number?
55 and
55 and
56.
56,
They're
24.
together.
And he had no history, which is amazing. If you ever saw the size of this place.
It's a train station.
Yeah, right.
Ready? Oh, she's doing something.
And Marist College right there.
I'm coming in for Attorney Wright today. All I know about this case is what I read in his letter of mitigation. He didn't do the hearing, I didn't do the hearing. He only had half the transcript, but I'm asking to determine that I can settle this today. He would like to see made a self-defense argument that the ALJ considered she still sustained the charge. But he surrendered the grocery store license, but he's in contract to sell the liquor store. The transfer application was disapproved administratively due to the rule, but the deal is still very much in the works. This is his only source of income. So he would like a fine, an appropriate fine, so that he can remain open until the transfer application can be reactivated and considered by license.
Okay.
He wants to. What was the offer again? What were we? There isn't any, right? It's yeah, no, it's no. So he hit a
He has
customer.
2 licenses.
Right, unsurrendered.
So we'll cancel. We'll
So we're
cancel
gonna
that
cancel
one.
All
Oh,
right,
that
so
one,
that's
right?
2456.
All right.
Yes.
Cancel or cancel and bond.
And bond, yes.
Bond. Then we have 2455. He went out and hit somebody with a golf club, but you're claiming self-defense, correct?
Pled guilty to a disorderly conduct.
Yeah, he pled guilty to a violation.
Okay, I don't know. Impose a 2,500 fine.
2,500.
$24.64, 8 drops.
Good afternoon.
Hi. We have opposition? Oh, this is a reconsideration?
No.
Oh,
No, this
request
was
for
just
correction.
carried
Why
over,
don't we
that's
listen
all.
to the opposition first?
2350.
Good morning, or good afternoon, rather, sorry. My name's Amelia Benevo. I'm one of the owners of Tipsy LLC. We're located at 584 Myrtle, one block from Corkscrew. I also actually live in the neighborhood. I live above my school, so in addition to having a business interest, I also try to look at this from the perspective of somebody who is frankly a consumer. And mainly I had submitted a written opposition, so I don't want to repeat everything, but it comes down to sort of 5 points. I'm trying to understand the public benefit, given that there's 6 stores, including my own, within 2,000 feet that sell liquor, 18 within a mile, which is even from Brooklyn.
18 package stores?
Stores with liquor licenses according to the LAMP.
So that includes the restaurants, right? Okay.
And when your license was granted,
No, it's all packaged, but it could be wine.
18 stores within 1 mile?
But Brooklyn, that's what she's saying.
and when your license was granted, it was a very close vote by the members.
When ours was granted, actually no, because we're further east, which is where the expansion is happening.
There were 2 applications at the time, right? In the area, and
Well,
this one.
actually, Corkscrew and Corkscrew and our store would be
Right, and then you came to protest when they
She
protested
us.
us. Okay,
So there were-
that's what it
That's
was.
what I also want to bring up is that at the time when we dropped
Yes, she did.
their application, there was actually a lot of protests from the stores that were
Yes.
existing because they're actually even closer, one or two cases than we are. And she had emphasized that it was really focused on boutique
Yes.
lines.
I remember.
And so it's a little disconcerting to then 2 years later be changing that because that is already existing and was existing at that time. And since we've opened and a couple other stores have opened, so it's a little bit of a bait and switch. We actually tried to request the sales numbers, but there's some confusion as to whether or not we're allowed to have access to those. Are we allowed?
Yes.
Foil.
By FOIL request.
So there was some confusion and we weren't allowed to, or it seemed like we weren't going to be allowed to, but just judging from my own numbers, it's not like we're rolling in it, so to speak. So we've been growing slowly and steadily, we're building the market, we're trying to grow in the neighborhood and investing heavily in marketing and so forth, but just from what I know about my stores, it's not like some of the numbers that I've been hearing from earlier today, I'm like, wow, is that possible? So anyway, so she's, let me just, I don't want to waste your time. I guess the only other thing is that there have been conversations between our 2 stores about making sure that we're differentiated, and we've gone to pretty great extent to try to make sure that we don't carry the same product, and so the move towards applying for this license is kind of like a move away from differentiation, which doesn't quite make sense to me given some of those conversations that have happened before. So those are my areas of concern, and really trying to understand why there might be need.
Okay, thank you.
They're right across the street because it's not a package store, it's only a wine store. Right, but that's the application.
Okay.
The first and I think the most important one is that my very loyal customer base that I've worked very hard for the last 2 years to build up ask me daily, please carry the liquor. They want me to have liquor in the store. I would like to add that convenience for them. The liquors that we intend to carry will be sourced in the same manner as commercial wines. We focus on local, New York distilleries. We focus on female-produced wines and spirits. We focus on small family production. We do not intend to carry the Southern and Empire brands. And as far as wines, if I know what wine is at Tipsy, I will allow it. The second reason why I should grant this is that it is an increased population and development in the area. I like to give you this. This is something that the Market Avenue Business District have put out. This is 1 year old, and I have circled the constructions that are within 1 to 2 blocks of my store.
We have that.
So we are looking at opposite a brand new supermarket, 39,000 square foot of new retail space and currently under construction. 304 new luxury restaurants are being currently
It was filed as a wine store.
Wasn't all of this underway? Because I wish, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't get to watch the video before, but there was a lot of
did.
protest.
We were
both
just
of these
looking,
were
Mr. Lynn was protesting, and there
Yes.
was 11 liquor stores within
Yes.
a mile, and that's
They were,
because it was a
No,
wine.
I actually did go watch the video yesterday.
And as you can see, none of them are here today, except for the one that got the license a month after we opened. And I regret having protested her, I do, because honestly, I think the tide raises all ships.
Well, the protest is just one factor to get information. It's not really, a deciding factor here. So the fact that no one's here actually doesn't carry as much weight as sometimes people think.
All right. So to conclude, the second reason why I should be granted this is the 304 new luxury units are being currently under construction, and we're getting a lot more people living in this neighborhood. That means a lot more business for me and my competitors. Number three, my business is currently the only business in the neighborhood that does not have a full liquor license.
But whoa.
That's why you were
you didn't
licensed.
ask for a full liquor license.
No, I didn't. I'm just stating that as a fact. I didn't.
that was also part of.
And
the
that's
reason
probably why you got it.
Yes.
I wasn't here, but
Honestly, if my customers wouldn't demand me to carry it, I don't think I would have sold it. But this is really for the convenience of my customers that would want to see this product. Also, I would be able to create a new full-time position with
Did we
this.
get any letters
I
of support?
managed to create
I don't think so.
For this?
uh,
The liquor store.
new jobs in 2 years.
No, I'm just wondering if they all
This
want
would give me the
Sign a petition.
ability to add a new
I don't
position
see
to the store.
anything.
And number five, I think my track record as a business owner clearly proves that I'm a responsible person, and I follow SLA's regulations, and, I strive to be a community resource. Driver, I'll see you respond.
You ready?
if she feel, do you want her to respond?
Oh, I don't think I need her to
Okay.
respond. I don't think I need you to respond. I think a lot of the reason why you're there in the first place was premised on the fact that even though there were all these package stores within a 1 mile radius, that you were going to come in and do the type of business that you've done. And so this isn't a statement about you as a business owner or the type of business you're owning. In fact, I think it adds to your credibility that you've done what you've done up till now without a full liquor license. But if you had come at that time, and I don't think I was sitting on the board either, was I?
No, I don't.
No. I would have looked at it as just there's enough liquor stores in the area, meaning public convenience and advantage, and at the same time, the two closest stores are package stores that have declining sales. So at this point, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny too. I did watch the video just because I wanted to see what was offered to the board last time, and you really did offer something I think that they believed was different, and it clearly is. But I don't believe if you had come in and said you were going to get a full liquor license, you would have gotten one only based on the fact that there are so many liquor licenses there already, full ones. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. And you can, but it's not going to change anything. Yeah.
Tipsy applied for a full license a month after, and they were.
And, I wasn't on the board then, so I can't tell you and I didn't watch her tape, so I don't know.
So honestly, I feel like denying this, it would
Right.
clearly hurt my business, not to be able
But
to
she
give
must
my
be
customers
close
demand.
because there's another one.
I understand that, but your customers, unfortunately, are adequately served, in my opinion, by these other stores.
They were also adequately served in terms of wine, but I managed to carve a new niche in that.
You're 459 feet away from your closest competitor.
Yeah, but I tend not to carry any of the same products.
I'm just letting you know how close it is.
I understand how close it is, yes.
And their sales are declining, so you obviously are putting the hurt on them to begin with, which isn't really something I considered. It really is more that you came in here just 2 years ago with an idea that you just want to do wines, and that clearly is what you're doing, and that's what they said you could do. And I don't see any reason, based on how many liquor stores are there now, to expand that, so. I have no idea. I may not even be here.
I mean, you can always reapply, but it's up to you. There's no, right, there's no restriction on you reapplying. I think it's a matter of you just looking at the neighborhood and continuing to monitor what goes on, and if you think there are enough significant factors. And that's one
And if
factor.
you see a store close, I think that's a good indication that probably anyone would be more amenable to accepting another one, including your competition.
2443, chemistry, BK?
2433
Yeah. These are the ones I gave you.
or 43?
43,
Chemistry,
sorry,
40.
2443. I'm just saying yes, because I'm doing something else. Yes, we are. I think there's a typo in the.
Hi.
Hi.
No, it's an LLC.
Prior to violation of selling without license. This is a request for reconsideration?
You now have community board support.
Right, that's what,
A big difference since.
I think we would hear because apply for licenses, they ask a few questions about license, and then we have a last here to the board, and then they stated that
Type it in.
if you should there's something with the applicant opposition.
Carrie, can you explain to me what is
Why
going
this-
on here?
Out myself.
yeah, why is this
You've
here?
been here many times.
Hold on one second, let me see.
It is May.
Okay, so the application was denied on July 31st from local licensing board. Request for reconsideration came in, and it was granted by the members and returned to licensing in June.
Mm-hmm.
So because it was because it was disapproved for sale of alcohol without a license, it's coming to you for character and fitness issues. So it wasn't sale of alcohol?
Well, so I do know what's going on now. So you had you had leased out the space, correct? And you let someone else use the space to have a party? Did they have a permit?
Did they have a permit? I think she was doing a private birthday party, it wasn't a sale.
Yes.
They had actually was renting the space, but we canceled the event because it was supposed to be outdoors. So they were supposed to be in the contract. We picked up everything by 12 that night. And they came as they were packaging things, taking them downstairs, and they picked it up. There was never an event. It rained that day. We had an outdoor space, and when it rained, we canceled.
So who came in and saw it?
There was I guess the liquor authority was in the neighborhood that night with several businesses.
We had a report, this was all discussed last time when reconsideration was granted, that it was someone else who was using their space, and there was no service, it was just the storage.
Okay.
They wanted to come in that they needed to pick it up, but this was after they came. When the inspectors came, they didn't see it being served. They just saw it in boxes.
So the complaint was that they were storing alcohol there?
I think the original thought was that they were serving, but it was found that
That
they
it was
weren't.
that they were throwing the party
All right,
there without the
okay.
license, and the reconsideration
Well, I think
was
from this
granted
experience, you see how sensitive all these, how important it is to abide by all the regulations. Otherwise, you'll just keep coming here and endanger first getting your license, and then losing it. So, if you're based on those representations and the community board support, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
No, don't do anything yet. What's going to happen is we're going to send you a conditional approval letter
for an approval letter. There might be a couple of items that you need to submit to us. Once you do that, I'll make sure that letter gets emailed to you tomorrow. Once you do that, you can pick up your license certificate.
Yeah, don't, wait till you get the certificate.
Yes, no storage.
2444 9th Avenue Saloon.
2444.
Was I on for that reconsideration?
Before
Yeah. Oh, maybe you watched it, maybe you weren't here.
I don't think I was here. It was June 26th.
Several times, chemistry. Well, it's also, it was
Opposition.
withdrawn once, there was
Ninth
huge
Avenue?
community opposition to
We
it.
just went
This
to-
is like
okay.
a year ago, these people have been
You want to recall it?
back and
Sure, I
forth.
can
Somebody
read.
next. Is that him? Let's recall it. We're not going to.
We'll recall, okay. 2396 G Cubed.
There he is.
Let's not recall, we're going to recall it, okay? 2444.
Recall the recall.
9th Ave, yes, come on in. You did receive the email from Community Board Ford with
I did.
yesterday, dated yesterday,
Did
the
you see
letter?
it?
Received it.
I probably did receive it. I didn't go on my email today.
You received it yesterday. This is Community Board Ford after the meeting with them because they're not going to be here.
Yes, we're going to hear from them first. Do
But I
we
have
have,
no mechanism to print.
do you have a copy of that email?
I don't have a copy. It's on my.
Well, hold on,
You can
did
just
you
pull
send
it up,
to me?
right?
I believe so.
I don't know
The
that I have.
opposition, why don't you come up?
All of you can come up together,
From Mike.
Yep, I have it.
please.
I'm assuming you're all opposition.
No, there was a letter that was sent
second.
today
I didn't receive it.
or
Okay.
yesterday, or the.
It's from Community Board 4?
Are you representing Community before?
You got it right. It was Monday.
Yeah, that one I do have.
Yeah, we got another one this morning or something.
November 2nd. All right, you can read it on my computer if you'd like.
I read it. He can.
Let me,
You wanna
Yeah.
what's your code?
they can start.
You can start. Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Name is Warren, 406 West Fifth Street. We are opposed to any alteration or expansion of the use of the outdoor rear space without any soundproofing by East Rock Road. We're opposed to backyard spaces in the center of 400 rear-facing bedrooms. Windows dotted with trees and view outdoor spaces. The residents retreat to the privacy of their own homes in search of the peace and quiet enjoyment they have the right to enjoy. It's going to be disrupted by the loud noise coming from moving to our real spaces. The rear yard has a large projection screen and visible colored lights, which is used for many parties and sporting events. Roof is unable and unwilling to control the patrons and noise coming.
Oh, can you speak up?
Can you
sir?
just speak into the mic louder too? I think gentleman's having. Mic's not on? Oh, then just louder,
Did you
please.
see
I
the
think
little button? It was.
it's on. Just bang it a couple of times.
It's time to invest in some new equipment.
Dark. Ruby's facing backyard.
Oh, you know what I think?
Okay, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought there was something different.
Okay. Ruby is unwilling and unable to control the noise.
Thank you.
The noise travels through the backyard and into the bedroom windows of all these apartment buildings. We've gone through the process with Community Board 4, and they probably would like to.
It's different because that one says if you're going to approve it.
That one does too, yeah.
No, but this one doesn't give you the specific hours.
Communities, bluff associations alike. In 2015
Received that last night. You can keep that.
So why do you think on that? Why do you think for all these years they've been operating back there and there weren't that many 311 calls, and then starting in that period you're referring to, there was how many? 70 you said? Well, 70, 80, whatever it is, why do you think the number of calls increased so much in that particular time period? So they've been operating the backyard since 2011? Right? So, right, well, I think factually we just need to straighten this out a little bit. My question, though, was that there was an increase, a large increase in the number of 311 calls starting in 2014, right, to 2015? That's the period you're referring to? 2015.
2015, there were 70 registered complaints.
Okay, okay, okay.
More activated community, maybe it's changed, maybe there is an increase in the backyard by disease.
Okay.
Here, we have,
Oh, you
we
have
have
it?
hard
Yep,
copies.
we got a hard-
Yep.
In addition, in stipulations to Community Board 4 by Rudy's,
I've already got it.
in reference to the outdoor space, Rudy's has stipulated that they will not limit the service of alcohol to seated participants. Standing space and drinks will not be limited to participants in the rear yard.
Well, my understanding is they don't serve in the rear yard, correct?
They serve in the rear yard, there's projection screens in the rear yard.
There's waitress service back there, or people just go out there with their drinks? All right, well, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of factual stuff.
They stipulate that there will be amplified music, and this is an open outdoor space without any barrier or noise protection or anything else. There's a rain cover, but that's about it. And they will not be putting in any way to contain the amplified music in the outdoor space as well. In closing, there's been, like I said, there's been extensive community opposition voiced at all the subdivisions before. After the whole process, the community board voted unanimously to recommend denial of the alteration to their backyard space. And the noise coming from Rudy's is just interfering with neighbors' rights to enjoy quality of their lives.
Okay, thank you.
So anybody else have anything else additional to add? Right. Can you say your name for the record, please?
And I live at 407 West 44th Street, which
Thank
is one of those 400 apartments that backs on Rudy's space.
Right.
And in one of the community board meetings about this topic, the owners made a big point about what an institution Rudy's has been.
Mhm.
As it's been there since 1972 or something like that. And they mentioned back then, and I can't deny it or report on how the noise was then. But I would just like to point out that this is a neighborhood that has changed stupendously in the last 2 years or so. They have built, it must be tens of thousands of residential units. They changed the zoning on the west side. And, 44th Street used to be a peaceful street. Now I can hardly step out the door in the morning because of the commuter traffic running back and forth. And the whole character of the neighborhood has changed. When Rudy's opened, and until fairly recently, this was a rough neighborhood. It was a combat zone.
44th Street and where?
No, 9th Avenue.
I wouldn't call it a combat zone.
Come down there sometime.
I live near there, and
Yeah,
I've
it's
lived
probably
in
more a
Manhattan for
combat
many
zone
years.
now than it was back when you're talking about.
All right.
It is changing.
Yes.
And the nature of the people are changing. And for Rudy's to maintain that atmosphere is becoming more and more out of character.
We understand, thank you. And the other two, would you please at least put your name on the record if you're not going to add any?
Every other effort to reduce the noise in the back. We don't want to prevent them from having a successful business. In fact, we quite like having them. They add a lot of character to what is now becoming a more gentrified neighborhood and a we want them to see, we want them to be successful, but they have to do something about soundproofing. I don't see how it could possibly be deemed as fair, whether it's building commission or you guys, through the SLA, that they could simply put up structures in the back, have more people in the back, and not go through any of the application process, and just continue to operate a business as usual. Every other complaint that we've heard throughout this process of this community board meetings, neighborhood people that participate and come contribute to the businesses in the neighborhood would come. Of course, the businesses would say, I want to work with you guys, and we don't want to create problems. You're part of our community, you're part of our business. It's been the complete opposite, and I want to stress the point, we don't want to be here. We really want the sound to have a solution. We want their business to continue to prosper, given that sound solution is going to protect our peace and environment.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Kitty Chen Dean. I also live on 44th Street. I made many complaints to Danny at Rudy's Bar and Grill. However, at one of the community board for meetings, he claimed that he had received no complaints. I heard another figure that in the last year he had 400 complaints against him, all of which he ignored. We've tried to be reasonable. It's a bar, and we understand that, and we realize there should be a certain amount of noise coming from there. But he, I believe, has ignored our concerns all along, and that's why we're here.
Thank you. Okay.
Let's go.
You're on. Sure. Whoever wants to speak.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Larry Roberts. I'm the current president of the Midtown North Precinct Community Council.
Can you explain what that is to me?
Sure. Each of the precincts in New York City has a community council which holds meetings once each month with the inspector of that specific precinct. I've been in that position since September of 2008, and during that time, and we've mitigated situations with 123 Bar, Circus Bar, which is the next block from Rudy's, and also Bourbon Street, which is on Restaurant Row. And we've mitigated those and some others, and we've never gotten one complaint at our meetings from anybody having to do with Rudy's. And I've also been on the community board up until, a full member up until about a year and a half ago. And I was on VLP up until about 5 months ago. And again, not one single complaint about Rudy's.
But you're aware that the numbers he's giving regarding the 311 are accurate?
Right, no, I'm not saying there haven't been 311 complaints, and there could be 70 complaints from one person. I'm just saying.
No, that's true, but
there hasn't been anything brought to the precinct with the inspector sitting there next to me monthly at every meeting.
Okay.
So I think that speaks volumes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, my name's Thomas Purcell. I'm the attorney for Rudy's. Ninth Avenue Saloon. I have two things I would like to speak to. One is the so-called expansion of the back door. The trouble is that in 2008, Rudy's undertook to renovate or install bathrooms that would, I forget the term.
ADA compliant.
ADA compliant. And they had a lot of trouble, structural trouble, not so much. They didn't get the permit, they didn't get the C of O until 2009. And the problem was that nobody notified the SLA.
Well, not nobody. Your client didn't notify the SLA.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I say nobody, I mean the client.
Well, we know who didn't notify us.
The client understood. The client is an 86-year-old man. He understood that the contractors and the architect would handle all the permits. They handled the C of O, the quality of life permit, temporary permits,
and you go, add on all the permits you want, they apply for, but they didn't apply for the, they didn't give notice to the, SLA.
Or the community board.
Or the community. We plead guilty. It was basically an oversight, but everybody thought somebody else was going to.
But do you realize the only reason this is happening like this today is because of that?
I think so, because, well, this thing started as a noise complaint with the local community.
No, but this all would have been resolved before any construction was done, had you done what you were supposed to do.
We agree with that.
Now we're in a position where somebody could get really hurt here, and it could be your guy.
What do you mean, physically hurt?
No, financially.
That's what we're here, we understand that. But this thing all mushroomed from a noise complaint. There was no complaint about the,
No, sir, it mushroomed because at some point we were going to find out that this construction was done. And we weren't notified of it. Whether it be now or whether it be a year from now or whatever, but the noise complaint just brought it to the community board's attention, which then brought it to our attention, but at some point you were going to be in here. So, I mean, my question is, what was done in 2008? What type of renovations were done besides the bathrooms?
they put a platform up, they did, the platform to the backyard. They put doors, new doors on the backyard, and that was the extent of it.
What about the projection screen on the backyard?
That was there prior to that.
So that's what I'm trying to understand here is that from 1992, when you had your original license approved, you had approval for, correct me if I'm wrong, 8 tables and 28 people, correct?
Right.
That was 1992. And then at some point, there was a renewal that you had filed in 2010, 2010 you filed saying that there was an outdoor space. 2012 you filed saying there was no outdoor space. And 2014 you filed saying there was outdoor space. Is that right?
Somebody forgot to cross the box.
Right, so in 2012, somebody forgot to do something again. And when did you start having more than 8 tables and 28 seats?
We haven't had more than 8 tables.
So even in 2010, after the renewal,
2015, there was an inspector from.
so it's always been 8 tables and 28 seats?
Which we actually confirmed.
Confirmed. So what you're asking for now is just to increase to 11 tables and 66 seats, closing at 4 a.m.
Well,
That's what the application's for, right?
well, the application was, how do I phrase this?
Am I wrong?
The reason we're talking with additional seats is because the certificate of occupancy provided for 130 people. Which
In-
is an increase.
On the porch?
In the backyard?
Between the backyard and the store. 66 people to the outside. 66 outside, 70 in the yard. Which is 136 people. CFO says 136 people are permitted to occupy Rudy.
66 people inside, 70 outside.
Right. Now, my contention is that we filed plans for the construction, the alteration, and it was the building department, as a result of those plans, determined that 70 people would be permissible in the backyard.
Okay, so currently the way you operate is, what time do you have patrons outside?
We have outside the outside is open from 8 in the morning until 4 in the evening.
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
So that's what's currently going on right now. What I'm trying to understand is why the increase in complaints started coming in last year. And it might be more community mobilizing. It could be certain people becoming more active, new people into the neighborhood who know how to utilize the 311 system. Or is it something in the method of operation that you're doing differently?
There's nothing in other method of operation that we know of.
So from 1992, you've always operated the backyard till 4 a.m. Monday through Sunday, Sunday through Saturday? Every day?
Sunday you got a 3 o'clock close.
Okay,
It's, Monday to Saturday.
okay.
So I'm having a tough time figuring out what the alteration is here, other than the bathrooms.
Permission for the platform and
The platform, that's all you're asking for? And to continue doing what you want? Or what you have been doing?
Well, we have stated at the community board meeting that we are willing to compromise on the time.
Can we go back to what changed besides the bathrooms? Is your client here? Can you come up and just tell me what changed? Okay.
Put your name on the record, please. My name is. Oh, with the mic.
Oh, the mic's not working
Mic's not
anyway.
working,
Just
but
keep
at
your
least-
voice up.
Yeah, come in.
Basically, nothing's changed. The backyard is.
But was there any construction to the backyard or any part of it?
2008, 2009?
So the only thing you did was put in ADA bathrooms?
Well, what about the doors? That's
Okay.
That's the platform that he's
Oh, we got a
talking-
picture.
Down below, we put platforms. There's, when you come out Rudy's backyard, out the back door.
No, I have the picture, but.
there's an upper platform, and you walk down a couple of 3 or 4 stairs to the lower.
So that's my question. That platform was always there? Yes. Okay.
What about the door he said you did work on?
There's always been a door.
No, but I mean, did you change the door?
New double doors, it says.
Yeah, we made probably single doors.
So why would he even need an alteration application?
Well, the new restroom,
Bathroom?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the reason we understood it, it was an alteration permit, it was the expense was over $10,000.
Right.
And there's a new egress, it says too, so.
Can we go in the back for, can I consult with you for a minute?
list I got from the architect, the alterations that were made to the outside.
Okay.
And these are pictures which I think the authority already has.
Yeah, we have those.
So it says new ADA toilet on first floor, new toilets in cellar floor, new double doors and platform to backyard, new egress corridor from backyard to street through cellar level. That last one sounds like a serious alteration to me.
If it's a new
You can
egress,
back
it
up,
is.
sir.
So I filed for a series.
Yes, you can back up, sir.
Yeah, you are correct. If it's a new egress, that's an alteration.
Yeah. So look, let's hold on, please. So we have a situation here, obviously, that there's noise being emanated to a level that is generating a lot of complaints.
There's no 311 complaints before June.
Right, but now we have 70.
No, that's not true.
We have some maybe before then, but regardless, we have over 70 starting 2014. Okay, so let's focus a little bit on possible approaches to this. Like, do you think that there's some sound mitigation that can be done?
Well, one we've offered, in fact, we've offered the first two people who testified to supply soundproof windows in their apartments if they were so annoyed with the noise.
What about the other 398 windows, the 399?
First of all, I don't think there are 399 windows. That's beside the point. Anybody who complained about sound, we offered to put in soundproof windows. I mean, we can't do anything else. Secondly,
Well, hold on. Have you brought anybody in to tell you can't do anything else? I have people that come in here every day that tell me that they've soundproofed their bars. I find it hard to believe that there's not something that would mitigate the sound.
this is not sound from the inside.
I understand what it is, but I'm not convinced that you've used all outlets to tell you that there isn't anything possible.
I don't know if there's something possible, but there doesn't seem to be a complaint from noise inside the bar.
I'm not talking about inside. I'm telling you there are companies out there that do mitigate sound on restaurants like this. And there may be something that they can do for an outdoor space. I don't know what that is.
So is that something that you're saying your client is offering up soundproof windows for anyone who asks for it? You sure you want to make that open claim in New York City? That could be a lot of people. In that, yes.
We offered it to this gentleman and his girlfriend.
But would you offer it to everybody in that insulated area? No, sir, I'm asking you a question.
He's the manager. And I would like to, he offered and put them in several
I know.
apartments on that.
You've put him already into several apartments? You made it to one person who was complaining, correct? The couple that lives in the same place? And one other person in another apartment. But are you saying that's something that you would consider? Is that those people in that vestibule or tunnel?
We will consider that. And we'll also consider, closing earlier.
What time would you consider closing earlier?
We offered at the community board to close at 2 o'clock. But they all know, we can't do that. You gotta close at 9 o'clock. You gotta close at 11 o'clock. There was no movement from the community board. So we basically had our hands tied. What were we to do? Close our business?
Who's
No.
Mr. Bodine?
He's the general manager for community board 4.
Were you reluctant to close just the outdoor space at that time, or did you think they were talking about your whole business had to be closed at
We
the?
close the outdoor space at 2 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays, and 12 o'clock.
Because we sent an investigator out to talk to Mr. Bodine, and he indicated to us that Rudy's was not willing to enter into any stipulations requiring them to close their outdoor space before 2 a.m. And you're telling me that's not the case?
You're saying to enter into a stipulation to close before 2 a.m.
Well,
We're for it.
well, let's say it's 1:55.
We'll close at 2 a.m.
On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday through Thursday, you said midnight, 12 p.m. You just said that, 12 p.m.
All right,
Well, it's AM. That's actually AM.
Huh? Oh, you wanted to say 11 p.m.
On Sunday.
on Sunday, and then Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday at 2 a.m. Is that?
We offered in the quality of life meeting, 12 o'clock on Sunday. We offered 1 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1:30 on Thursday, and 2 a.m. on weekend, Friday, Saturday. There were a couple of community board members that did say that did not sound unreasonable.
Right.
Now, what happened in that meeting? The meeting.
No, I want to hear
That's
him.
the microphone too. So
You can
it's
come
on.
up here.
Come up.
The meeting, a couple of the community board members said, well, that does not sound unreasonable. And they adjourned the meeting and set another date for another quality of life meeting to continue the mediation, which we were open to. And I think that's the meeting I offered, also soundproof windows. We also,
Look, if you're, yeah. Sure.
What happened was that second meeting for mediation never took place.
Right.
The reason it never took place, the community board notified Rudis and also me by phone to not show up. They were not going to negotiate
Right.
anymore.
Right.
Because they figured out that our backyard was illegal, which they were wrong.
Right.
You know, the community board was wrong. So the community board withdrew the negotiations and the mediation.
Okay, so now my next, do you have a question? Go
No,
ahead.
so my point is, if you're here today and you say Sunday through Thursday, Sunday through Wednesday, fine, Sunday at midnight, but Sunday through Wednesday at midnight, let's just, for the sake of speaking proposals, Sunday through Wednesday, midnight, Thursday till 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday till 2 a.m., right? If you're agreeable to that, and then in addition, you offer the soundproofing of windows to the people who are affected in that vestibule or tunnel area, whatever you want to call it, the windows facing the backyard, if that's what you're saying, then to me, I think it's a very reasonable proposal.
And we're talking about just closing the bar or the entire bar, or you're just closing the outdoor?
No, just the outdoor, right? Just the outdoor. And then there's a question of 11 tables and 66 people in the back. And I think that's something where the original application had said 8 tables and 28 patrons. Would you be?
On that area, we're willing to reduce that number.
To what?
66 chairs on the outside, and we were willing to reduce it to 50.
I don't even see, I have the picture here, and I've seen the diagram. I don't even see where you're putting 66. I mean, just because the C of O says 66 doesn't mean that's...
We're not using that. We're not using that. The point being, if we have, if that is on our C of O, we would like to retain the right to use it. We are not doing that. There's a finite space there. It's kind of small. I find it better to put less seats. But having said that, if there's a special occasion and somebody like for instance, I had a friend of mine get married. Danny, can we have the reception? They get married in Central Park. Can we have the reception?
And so how many of those special events would you kind of anticipate? 2-3 times a year. Okay. I understand. I understand. Right. 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 And plus with the winter months, you're not really doing that much in that anyway. Okay. Got it.
I've got less than 28.
Okay. Did you have another question?
No, that was
This
my
is great.
question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure.
I do have somebody in the backyard, an employee, 7 nights a week.
Okay.
That I call him, he monitors the noise in the backyard.
Okay.
If somebody starts laughing,
Sure.
he goes over to the table and says, folks, please, we have signs posted.
Right.
Respect our neighbors, no yelling, we have that, and we do, again, I have that person, that physical body out there, monitoring the noise until the back door
Right.
closes. We also have people that live directly above river. These people live on 45th Street around our corner. We have people that live directly above Rudy's. We have letters from them. They went to the community board. They said, look, we've been living above Rudy's for 40 years. These are our next door neighbors, raised several generations, overlooking the backyard, no problem.
No, but one of the gentlemen here does live there, and it clearly is, I don't think he's lying to us that it's an issue, so.
All right, so I think,
If I might interrupt, we are not the only backyard there.
No, I get that.
2 doors down, there's a Turkish restaurant.
all right.
No, there's a lot in that neighborhood, we're aware
There's a
of
lot
that.
going on, and that actually sometimes can be seen as detracting from your argument to have that, because the combination sometimes is louder. But anyway, you have anything more to add at this time? Right. No, and it shows today what you said, so, okay, can I just address, they have some questions and comments. You can come up, please. Come up, please, and then.
You move to
The
the,
entire back of the restaurant has been opened up, doors have been put in to allow an extension of the restaurant. There's a full roof cover, heating units, and tremendous expense of relocating fire escapes in adjoining buildings so that they could have this structure in use. And the fire department's aware of this just sort of to suggest that only bathrooms and a door has been put in is a complete.
So you're saying there's a roof structure that adds heat?
There's a covered area and there are installed heaters in that area to heat.
And that wasn't there? Doesn't qualify?
And with regard to the
It's not enlarging the area.
While the soundproofing doesn't need to be in our windows, because then we'd never open our windows any time of the year. If they would just soundproof their own space and it wouldn't be expensive having somebody come in and say, look, here's what it costs. They haven't even picked up the phone to make that call.
So what if they find that they can't mitigate that after they've taken that step?
We're making progress in the right direction.
No, but let's say they do that and they still find that for that particular outdoor space configuration, there's nothing you can do about it, then what would you?
Because of the tremendous expense in running and operating a bar, and of course the tremendous profits that can be.
No, I'm just saying what happens. Well, so I'm not familiar with what can be done, so I'm just proposing at this time while we have everyone here, what happens if they can't mitigate that with something?
Stipulate that there's no standing in the backyard. You limit it to what the current level is and not let it be increased. You don't have any amplified, they stipulate that there won't be any amplified sound. You remove the projection.
Do they have amplified sound now?
No, but they're in the stipulations. They're stipulating that they will have amplified sound.
Wait, he just said we did have amplified sound. When he first stepped up here, he said, he told you we have amplified sound. That was his statement. Now he's saying we don't.
Well, what's the truth?
Yeah, I just want to know the truth. You don't.
My statement was they stipulated to the community board for, and I have a copy of it.
But I don't care what they stipulate. My question is, do they have amplified sound? You said yes or no. Why do you keep telling me what they stipulated to? Do they have you?
I'm not aware that they have amplified sound.
Okay, you're not aware of that. Okay.
What should they do?
And when did they stipulate?
I have a copy of the community board for stipulations.
And they signed it?
Right there.
Can I take a look at it?
You won't see any stipulation, Mr. Chairman.
About.
No, I mean, I'm wondering what year it's from.
We've never had amplified
It's a moot
sound.
point. The issue is not amplified sound, right? It's people screaming and yelling.
Yeah, but you understand that they filed an application in 1992, and that outdoor space was part of that application.
What's being built in the back has happened.
The pictures, I mean, I agree with you that the additional people are a problem, but I don't see that much.
It's the overcoverage, it's the heating units, it's the back doors that have been opened to allow a complete extension of the bar area. You've essentially doubled the capacity of the restaurant using that outdoor
The
area.
doors are going to be open at all times?
What time do you guys close the doors? No, we understand that. Well, and that part of it sometimes is out of our hands in the sense that when it's an extension of premises, there's no square footage that's been added, so it's not a violation of that on that front. In terms of the alterations, the egress part of it, but is a violation potentially if there was not approval beforehand, but the coverage, that I'm being told is not part of the alteration approval process that's required of them. So, I mean, that's something that's not our that interpretation of the law. That's what the DOB and the zoning and all.
At one of the community board meetings, the manager told us that this awning that we put up there was a noise reducing mechanism.
Right.
This is a thin canvas awning, which
Right.
was put up for everybody with an IQ to keep the rain out and to keep heat in,
Right.
so that they could use it at other times. But they tried to make the argument that this was noise reducing.
Right. So again, that just goes back to, from your perspective, they haven't done enough to try to mitigate the sound. Right. Well, from their, and then to be fair, from Rudy's perspective, they're thinking that maybe that cloth, whatnot, could have been considered a sound mitigation factor. Whether it works or not is a completely different story. And then also the offer of putting in soundproof windows to some of the residents, right? So from there, yes.
I did make one more offer in the quality of life meeting, which I was never taken up on. I gave my phone number, my personal cell phone number, and I said, anybody that wants to call me.
Yeah, but that's usually part of a community board stipulation, right? So, yeah, and she called.
I've called many times, and he claimed that he had received no complaints.
You never
That's
called me.
because I called.
This is years ago.
Yes, years ago.
Yes.
I called Rudy Barger. I didn't know I could call him.
Well, anyway, that's beyond the point. Let's get back to the focus on the issue at hand. At this point, what we're trying to figure out is, I think what the community residents are asking for is reasonable. I think what you're offering is reasonable, if you're willing to stipulate that. I think we have an issue with increasing the number of patrons outside, because if it's already a problem with 28 patrons, we can only imagine what it'll be with 66 or 50 or whatever you're proposing.
They have not complained about 28 people. They're here today complaining about 60 people. They've never said anything.
They're complaining about the current noise at 28 people.
I don't think anybody knows how many people were there when they complained.
Right, we don't know how many, but even with 28 limits.
But I mean, the complainants have never objected to the fact that we have 28 people in a backyard.
It's not we're not talking about a fire issue.
Your best thing is to let him finish.
So what we're proposing here is the hours of Sunday, midnight, outdoor space. The doors, however, they also, the double doors that you've put in, those need to be closed as well during these hours, okay? So it's not a matter of everyone's inside now, but we leave the doors open and let the sound emanate out to the backyard. So Sunday at midnight, what did I say? Sunday to Wednesday midnight, Thursday 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday 2 a.m., and that's when the doors close. That's when everybody's out of the yard.
No, that's not what we asked for. It was Sunday at midnight, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at 1.
No, that's not what we said. You even told me yourself that you agreed with me.
I'm right here.
You had agreed with me that Sunday was
Well, at this point, we really don't care.
yeah,
so.
Sunday through Wednesday, midnight, Thursday 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday 2 a.m. Right, and the doors have to be closed. Now, hold on. So we would like you to look into mitigating the sound in the back, and if that's not satisfactory to the residents, then your offer of putting in soundproof windows should be still out there, right? But initially, what they would like is for you to really look into all the possibilities of mitigating the sound.
You guys want.
That's what we want. That's what they want too. Anyway. So yes, and then.
So can you come back in 2 months and tell us where you are? It is.
It is, and we'd like an update on what you've done to mitigate the sound.
Point of information. We're going to close the backyard when it gets cold.
Sure.
But can we use it with 28 or can we use it with more? I mean, since the board hasn't made a decision, you want me to hold it at 28?
Yes. Yes.
But I mean, if you want to go 2 times or 3 times a year for him to have.
Yes, but for your special events, we would like to grant you the opportunity to do that. You said 2-3 times, so 3 times, is that okay with you? So 3 times a year, you can have a special event. It'd be nice to notify the residents that you're gonna do that beforehand, to be a good neighbor, but, you know, that's.
Maximum of
Should
66
we
people.
reduce this to a stipulation or just?
It'll be part of your license.
It'll be part of your
We'll put it on
license.
the conditional approval letter, and we'll put as much as we can on the license certificate itself.
And keep it to 28. I think what happens is if you are able to mitigate the sound or figure out a system to really mitigate the sound, then I think we would be open to considering letting more people out there if the sound level doesn't increase as a result of that, right?
Yes.
That's where we're.
And I did look at the stipulation that there is no amplified music out there, so that's already been done.
The question of the failure to notify the SLA regarding the alteration.
You're probably going to hear about that shortly. Not today.
Right, but we do appreciate the willingness to come.
Yeah.
Copy of the letter?
Yeah.
Is this it? She can have mine.
Oh, yeah, I wrote on
Yeah,
mine.
here, you can have mine. No, not at all.
Good luck.
Good luck.
So do you know if that was approved, or you having them come back?
Yeah.
Is that approved, or?
Yeah, that's approved as
Okay,
we
'cause you said a
stipulated.
couple of months.
Yeah. Oh, no, I do want them to come back in a couple months.
Yeah, and 2.
Sir, can we get a date from you to come back? Give me,
I don't have my January dates yet. Are you talking?
you'll get a letter from us.
It'll be a January date.
January.
Like January.
Yeah, well, you'll get a letter long in advance of that.
Thank you.
I don't know how I'm going to pull that off. Figure it out. 2396 G Cubed Corp.
See, this was going on. I didn't know if you had seen that. I'm sorry, could you hold on one second? What number, Jackie?
2396.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I read this, yeah.
This was a disciplinary hearing, a decision. Controversy of decision before you.
Does your client now have food?
She asked
Does
if,
your client now have food?
That they're still working to get it legalized. And then
does he have records for the security guards now?
yes, they do. That's been taken care of.
Did they change the method of operation on their application?
Not as yet, because one of the questions about, if I may, one of the charges was that he said he was a restaurant and that the original papers said different. The original paper back in 2008 says restaurant or tavern / restaurant or restaurant / tavern. The board never raised a question about that. I didn't do the license, but that was,
Raise the question about what?
We have that a lot, but if restaurant is in the method of operation, if it says the type of establishment, they have to conform as a restaurant.
Yeah, I don't understand what the confusion was.
Be a tavern and a.
No, I know, I understand. But if restaurant is in the name, that connotes food.
did have food, except for the problem that came up with the building department.
But you're going to want an alteration application to move the kitchen to 3 floors above the.
Down in the basement, 1 floor down.
Didn't they
Yeah,
move
no, it was in the kitchen when it was on the 3rd floor when this all happened.
I believe that the kitchen was behind the bar. It was a small electric kitchen. That's what they originally opened with. And now what they happened, they had to use it for an access stairway, so they moved it and trying to set up the kitchen down in the basement. Or the cellar, they call it, I believe. And that's what's, waiting still for the building department to give their approval.
All right, just to be clear, and this should not have been approved this way, it did say restaurant, tavern, but where it asks if there's a kitchen, it said yes, and to describe the type of food, finger foods. That would not have been enough to,
But he had none.
no, I
Yeah.
know that, but it shouldn't have been approved as a restaurant, finger foods.
Are you operating currently?
Yes, the restaurant, it's a bar restaurant, it's bars open.
With no food.
Well, they have food, they bring it, they have it brought in, but they don't.
What types, what do they have? What
No,
type
you
of-
order from another restaurant and you bring it in, like a pizza.
Like to go?
Yeah,
And are you still having DJs
that's
and
not
dancing?
sufficient, no.
Well, DJs, I believe they do have. As far as dancing, I would point out that it was the investigator from the Liquor Authority who described it as people just moving in place or something like that.
Which is what's called dancing.
Is your client here with
Webster's would define that as dancing.
you? Oh, the little, I saw.
But, I mean, this is a problem that he doesn't have any food. I mean, even if we ignore the fact that restaurant is on the application and it still as a tavern has to have food.
We would normally ask them to put the license in safekeeping until they get it configured.
I mean, what's the minimum for the food that's required, kinda?
I think
Finger
because,
finger
in my
food would be
opinion,
sufficient.
And Jackie,
Yeah.
feel free to weigh in, but because it did say tavern, it did say finger food in the application, I do believe that their intent was to be a tavern, not a restaurant. But they have to have the minimum sandwiches, soups, salads, something along those lines, frozen pizzas, something like that.
The menu, the primer they did.
Yeah.
Well, can they put a microwave and have frozen pizza there?
Well, I guess that's what he would.
Well, that's what he has to do.
There was no water, that was some of the problems of where he
Well, you don't need water for the microwave.
He's a bar with no water?
had water, but where he would put the kitchen.
All right, but just get a microwave, have
prep
frozen
area,
food.
We'll do that.
How do I get
He has to
there?
do that.
While we're waiting for that, we'll.
Remind me not to go in. No, he has to go there because otherwise put the license for safekeeping. Oh, we still got the penalty, right?
Yeah.
There's a penalty.
All right, well, sustain all 9 charges. And, I mean, the dollar amount comes out to something like 16,000, but I'm considering he's going lower because of the long history, relatively good history. 12,000?
After whatever consideration, I think that I did indicate where I thought litigation should be considered if you're sustaining all the charges.
No, we are.
I mean, I'll go a little lower.
Yeah, I'll go 11,000.
All right, 11,000.
2463, CEO Sport Lounge.
Jesus, I thought this was going to be short today.
Good afternoon.
My name is Steven. You spoke along.
Is the new person who bought I'm sorry, for the corporate change, was that a family member? Kind of?
Relative.
So a relative. So the corporate change.
What relative? Cousin, uncle, what? Son?
Like a blood uncle or just somebody you call uncle?
No, it's a relative. It's not like in China. It's an uncle in the older generation from my mother's side.
So is he blood related to your mother? Is he your mother's brother?
Yeah. Not blood cousin.
Your mother's cousin? Your mother's
Somebody-
first cousin?
I don't know.
No,
Because
because it's a cultural thing, right? Because they can say uncle to anybody and aunt to anybody, but that's not family.
But the corporate change was done like a month after a man died at the location.
I do recall that, but I wasn't here to that.
That was in April 2014.
Because that guy who had a heart attack he was fending for my partner. They were eating outside and drinking for a few hours, and he brought it back to our place to just have tea and relax. That's what happened.
How do you know it was a heart attack? How do you know that it was a heart attack?
On the medical report.
What report?
Yeah.
What report do you have?
I don't have me, but we have a medical report, was on the police report, say he's had heart attack. We wasn't selling anything to him.
Because the police referral,
Was he drunk?
He was drunk from outside,
But they said he was there for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, he never eat outside, and then my partner was there with dinner. So after eating so much, he just walked back to our place to relax. And he sleep for, we don't know how many hours.
Do you know him?
I don't know.
But your partner knows him? He was with him for hours?
Yeah, they were with him for an hour. There were a couple other people also. But he didn't tell them anything, but he was drunk, so drunk with him from outside.
There's nothing in the police referrals that I see that say that what the medical condition was of a heart attack.
Well, I'm sure they did an autopsy. I would hope.
But I don't know why it would be shared with the licensee, the results of an autopsy.
Unless it was a friend.
Well, he's just said he doesn't know him, although he's just spent hours with his partner.
Well, after that, our business dropped like maybe 60%, and then we could survive, so we had to close the business.
You're closed now?
Yeah, close for a month.
Oh, did you know that? Did you turn your license in?
Not yet. I still have my license, but I would like to. If I could find a new partner to,
You can't do that.
But I'm just saying, the place behind.
Yeah,
that.
we don't have it, we need it.
I'm thinking, if I still have my lease. I always told the landlord I still have my lease, and then to have my license also.
How long have you been closed?
About a month.
Okay, this is done.
On the night that the man died, on April 26th, the police reports say that there was a gathering at the location. What was this event?
Well, somebody happened like Honeywell died in your furnace, and people like to look, to know what's happening.
I have no idea what you just said.
He said that sometimes when somebody dies in your establishment, people gather to look to see.
Oh, no, this says that the man who died was there for an event, a gathering. It says he attended a gathering at the above location. And then he was complaining to others about not feeling well after drinking alcoholic beverages. And then he went to lie face down on a bench, and that co-workers who were also attending the gathering.
So I wasn't there that night, so I don't.
All right, so you've been closed, right, for a month? So we're gonna cancel this license then because you're not using it.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, it's a conditional no contest. You have to send him
Counter
back
off
to
it?
count.
Okay, so we counter with a cancel and bond.
So you can accept that, or you can deal with the attorney, but what's gonna happen is if you continue doing what you're doing, you're gonna get more charges. Because you're not open, so you're not bona fide.
I'm not opening the
Right, that's illegal.
So you need to bring your license.
Okay. What could I bring my license?
Well, do you want to ask him, do you want to accept the penalty that they're offering? They're offering you cancellation instead of a monetary penalty, so you would have to reapply for a new license if you wanted to open there again.
Well, I accept your offer.
Okay.
You'll bring my license back, right?
Yes. You can mail it in, right?
Mail it in, right?
Jackie, how would
Yeah.
you?
And the
Yeah,
bond.
could send it in.
And the bond, right, yeah.
Yep.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
No.
2465 Tacana Cafe Bar Restaurant.
I'll defend that Article 78 one.
No, you won't get it. You won't have to clue about that either.
2465. There we go.
I'm sorry, it's 65.
78 here.
65, 2465.
Hello.
Good afternoon, how are you? My name is Frank Palillo.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Halil Gündoğdu.
Community Board 2. Anybody from Community Board 2 here? Nope. I think they sent in a letter, and they did send in a letter.
If I may, there are actually 3 people here who are
Sure.
in support of that.
Sure.
Hi, I'm William Hutchinson. I live right across from the restaurant. My bedroom now actually faces the restaurant. I just wanted to vouch for that it's definitely a restaurant. It's not something that, there are some places in the neighborhood that are more bar front and more straight bars. It's been one of the favorite places in the neighborhood for the last 4 years, for the last 4 years.
Oh, no.
And definitely it's something that I know my other neighbors that in my building, I've actually met them there. It's a place for locals, it's a place with good food, and I definitely want Cleo to remain successful in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Waldman. I live in the neighborhood right around the corner from the restaurant. So I frequent the restaurant. I'm also a friend of Khalil's. I'm also the volunteer lead at the Elizabeth Street Garden, which is right around the corner from the restaurant. And Little Rapidville has become a huge supporter of the garden. So as a community supporter, we donate not only their time, their food, their money, and we rely on that a lot at the garden, as that's really what helps support the neighborhood. So I feel like as a community supporter, it would be really beneficial if people have a liquor license, because it could help with business and help the neighborhood thrive.
Hi, my name is Orhan Faris. I've been living in the neighborhood for about 3 years. I used to live right next door, and now I live just an hour away. I'm also Turkish, and it's one of those places that I enjoy the Turkish food. Yeah, I just seem to support it much for them, and it just gives a better experience for me and all the neighbors for me. Traditional, all of it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got them, they were with the original application, that's why, because they're already licensed as an RW. So they didn't pursue, they should have still, but we
Have
have
it?
their alien.
That's in there? Huh?
We have their,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
What are his hours right now?
The public passport.
Sunday to Thursday is midnight, and Friday, Saturday is night.
Hold on, I'll find it.
Is it a treaty country?
Yes.
It is?
But he still has to be here legally.
Right.
I also submitted to the Secretary's office
President
during the meeting yesterday, a couple of letters in support from residents of the immediate.
Those were 2 emails.
I won't do that again.
Yes.
The letter yesterday. If I may,
Right, we have a visa. We have a
I-
visa.
Go ahead.
I attend an awful lot of community board meetings. I really have been to my share. And you can see when sometimes the community board says no because they have to say no, and sometimes the community board doesn't really want the place. I believe that community board 2, being community board 2, would be here right now, and full force, Carter would be contradicting every other thing I was saying, indicated they're definitely opposed to this application. I do not believe they are. Not one single resident appeared at the community board meeting to oppose this application.
So they had concerns about the large operable windows, which have been observed open late in the evenings.
At the meeting, what the community board member said, we have photos of this, and we said, may we see them? They were never produced at any time, nor have they been produced. He closes his windows every night. There are large operable windows.
Every night at what time?
They've been there for nearly 4 years, 3.5 years that we've been there.
So is it that you want to serve the particular Turkish national liquor, or is that just one reason why you want the full upgrade?
Turkish liquor we serve mezes, which is like Turkish traditional food, which is.
But is that all you want to add? Is that the main reason?
Plus, we have a branch businesses. I would love to show some.
Okay, just asking.
I'm ready.
All right. There's a 500-foot hearing. There has been opposition from the community board.
Stop it, Commissioner Kim, after 5 minutes, there's also no opposition from the community board.
No, we have that. Actually, the hearing came out that it was in the public interest.
Yeah, so if you let me finish.
You had a very downcast look when you were speaking, I said.
We haven't had lunch. So it's, so, you know, given the nature of the business, the smaller footprint size, the good history since 2012, no complaints, and then residents and support, I'll approve this application.
I'll approve it as well. And I'm going to note this, one, there was a 500-foot hearing, which while the community board didn't show up, they did oppose. But the ALJ found that there was public interest because of the history, because of the hours, and because that the type of restaurant it was, a Turkish restaurant, that it was an addition to the community. He's currently under stipulations with the community board, which are part of this, which will be part of this license as well, and that's closing at 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday to Saturday, and particularly the windows closing at 9 p.m. Every night, which he has indicated has been consistently happening. So I'll approve under the same stipulations that he had before.
Yeah, I approve on those stipulations as well.
Good luck.
2469B, The Thirsty Cellar.
Hi, how are you? You have an offer of 8,000?
Do you want to state your name, please? Your name?
I'm okay with that.
I'm good.
All right, I accept your offer of
I
8,000.
accept. Thank you.
I keep putting this here because...
Oh, because it's recycled?
No, because, yeah, I'm going to dump this out later.
Good, how are you?
I thought I was doing it.
2415 and 2416 Cascades Catering.
What?
Thank you. I'm just going to make sure you say
Yeah.
the number on it.
We have an employee named William Crowley as well.
Okay. And we'll let them know on this. Transfer. Is this what's holding it up? Okay. we'll
So do you
let
have
licensing-
promoted events here?
Yep. Great.
Do you have events? You rent out the establishment to who? Who do you rent it out to? So you rent out and you kind of let somebody else take over? You're always there? Well, I mean,
What number is this?
The one on now? Yeah. 15, 16.
But you had security there, and your license indicated there wouldn't be security. And I don't believe that anyone signed up for it to be a club either, and that seems to be what you've been using it for. Whether you're renting it out or doing it yourself, but you're charging a fee, having DJs, and it was really supposed to just be a catering hall?
well, that's what it was supposed
Well,
to
that
be.
private events aren't, you don't charge a fee to private events.
It's supposed to be for, yeah, anniversary parties, things like that.
People rent it out and invite guests, but they don't charge them.
They don't have a catering license with the State Liquor Authority.
So can a charity event do it?
If they want to rent the hall out, somebody goes and they rents it out, nobody pays a cover charge to get in. That's not what this, that's open to the public events, not private events. They
And that's
cannot
what's
do that.
happening here.
Yes, they cannot do that.
Yeah, but that's the same
Oh,
thing.
and that's the catering license. But now you understand what the restrictions are on your license? So what's your understanding currently, what you're allowed to do? Which means what? Huh? Or at the door, right? You can't do.
That's correct.
Right, so no advance tickets. You can't rent it to somebody who's selling tickets to have them come to your event. It's only weddings and, right, where people invite, birthday parties. Church function, churches?
Sorry.
Can churches do that?
Churches do what?
They're having charity events, charging tickets.
Where they use the catering hall?
I think if so the church is renting the hall out to have a private event, and it's a fundraiser for the church, I think.
For nonprofit?
I think.
What do you think?
Right. I don't have a problem with the charity
I don't
event
either.
either. My problem is turning it into a club.
Right.
And charging a cover, which is sounding to me like what was going on here. I realize you're renting it to somebody. They're out promoting the event and selling a ticket to the event. They have no relation to each other. They're just.
All I've got is Pat's Palm, is that him?
Right.
The only I would ask for, by the way, my client is more than 30 days of paying these things, and that's really,
I don't know if that's going to happen.
We don't
But,
I could ask.
but we're considering whether we're going to accept that offer simply because my concern is that this activity has to stop. Okay.
And the fact of the matter is, but his records are published over the last couple of years, that was other than the event that happened.
Very. He's got no records. Right.
Okay, well, based on that representation, I'll accept your offer of 6,500.
I'll accept it as well for both cases. But we can't give you, unfortunately, we're not a credit agency, so we can't give you any 30 days, yeah.
All right.
2450 Pat's Palm Tree. I don't even know if he was supposed to provide security and food.
You're right. It's these tricky kind of
Yeah, they were a little convoluted.
thin, but yeah. Good afternoon.
Did you send in advance, or you have it now?
Did you attend our meeting yesterday? Did you attend our meeting yesterday? So one of the things is you got to send your submissions in earlier.
We're begging.
All right. Do they have food?
Menu and security.
Where's the owner?
The issue with the food was that the chef was leaving and the food, she said they would have like 1 or 2 items of that. The whole menu was when the investigator was there, the bartender said there's no food. There's always frozen food that's available to be prepared. The chef wasn't there. So what they're gonna do now, they're going to make a more limited bar menu. That's always
All right. Ready?
Yep.
I'll sustain charges 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. Dismiss charges 2 and 7. And I originally had a 9,000, but I'll do 6,500.
6,500, I agree.
All right. You need a bathroom break. What happened to your bathroom
I'm
break?
over it.
Oh, she had said she needed the bathroom break before. I forgot.
I don't, that's got some strange ramifications.
Ready?
Yes.
Already.
Find time to have a coughing fit. 2388.
Offer 500, accept.
Accept.
2389.
Charge 2 is withdrawn. As for charge 1, offer of $12.50 accept.
Accept.
2390.
Offer $3,500 accept.
Accept.
2391.
Offer $3,500 accept.
Accept.
92.
That's my offer 5,000 accept.
Accept.
94.
3,500. But there's 2 locations. I have.
Yeah, I do too. I have.
So what did you have? 7.
Well, they're different addresses.
No, but they're the same owner.
Same owner, yeah.
Right. Okay, so 3,500 for 2394.
Mhm.
Oh, where are you getting 3,500?
What do you have?
Usual on the stand, on the untaxed cigarette.
Oh, okay. Oh, I
Yeah,
thought he was
cigarettes.
just seeing a CNC. Okay.
No, 3,500 on
Yep.
394.
All right, and 2395.
So this would be the second violation.
It's a different
It's the
premise.
same, it's the same
Same
act,
date.
different
It's the
license.
same
All
act,
right,
yeah.
3,500.
3,500.
2397 and 98, they've, chairman's granted the adjournment. They're asking for a transcript and time to mitigate.
Can I ask who was asking for, because Mr. Wright reached out saying he was no longer representing them.
Yes, received a notice of appearance from Noreen Healy. Philip Nizar.
Tell her not to waste too much time on that.
Well, there's a lot of hearing dates. I did indicate there's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
hearing
don't,
dates.
but
So what do I do with this? Just,
It will be carried over with no date for right now.
okay.
2399.
But then they get to continue operating this whole time. Can we set a,
Yeah, can we set
Well,
something?
we're going to
'Cause
monitor when
these
the
guys are like-
transcripts come in to make sure they pick them up timely.
Okay.
And I think they've indicated a certain time. I have to look again to see like 20 days, 25 days after pickup. They're not going to let it run on forever.
Okay, good.
Okay, 2399.
Offer of 8,000 accept.
Accept.
2400.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2401.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2402.
Offer letter of warning accept.
Accept.
I was even going to withdraw this one, because it seems like there's an issue with the bank.
Oh, this is the one where Jamie called on their behalf.
Okay,
Bank.
withdraw.
All right, withdrawn.
$2403.
6,000.
6,000.
$2404.
3,000.
3,000.
$2405.
LW.
Letter of warning.
$2406.
LW.
Letter of warning.
$2407.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
$2408.
Accept. And can I
Accept,
put a
can-
name stop?
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond with a name
Bond,
stop.
Name stop.
2409.
Offer of 500 accept.
Accept.
2410, I got an indication or email from the prosecutor that she revised the memo. It's just a more detailed.
Yes, there
And
was
the
no
violations.
information about the focal point charge on the memo, so.
No,
it
but
was
this is
agreed.
already
Cancel-
gone, right?
Cancel for the record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cancel for the record.
2411.
There's an availing charge and they offered 3,000.
Sure.
Yeah, I have
Yes.
counter 5,000. And did they file a questionnaire yet?
I personally settled this case because as it was about to go to hearing, it was going to be, I'm in Florida, and my brother was running this for while I'm in Florida.
Right.
And he's back here, and he's running it, and it's his brother.
So why
I
isn't
thought the
this?
chances of success at hearing were minimal.
So it should be canceled.
Yeah, I got
Why
5,000.
isn't it cancel if he's availing?
They had done everything they needed. Well, they were to file the manager paperwork for the brother as the manager. The licensee is aware of the business, everything that's going on. He was spending time in Florida.
But we charged $30,000 for a husband-wife mailing.
Well, that was a different corporate makeup. They changed the corporation. They
Yeah, but
made a
it's
new
still a
corporation.
husband-wife. Right.
But that was, the corporation is the licensee. This wasn't a person who was off in Yemen and never coming back. This was a guy who was in Florida and had his brother running it and was now filing the paperwork to add him as a manager.
Did he
If
file
he's
it?
just manager, then why are we charging availing?
Because he had him on signing the bank accounts on those. He had signatory power.
Did he file the paperwork for the personal questionnaire for the manager?
He should have.
I don't have anything.
Well, then bring him in.
I'll check the compliance record. It might have been scanned in there and not forwarded.
The CNC was submitted here in the office, and they were leaving to then file it. And it was settled because the thought that an ALJ would not sustain the charge.
No, I understand that. I want him to file the paperwork.
Yeah.
And as of October 23rd, I will forward the personal questionnaire
Bring him in
to
then.
your attention. So
Yeah,
that
he
would
just
go to
came back
Margarita.
October
So it hasn't,
23rd.
okay, so over?
Yes, please. Till whatever.
12, hang on. 11:17. Got it. 2412.
I have 12,000.
Withdraw charge 8
Charge 8.
per council.
Yes, withdraw charge.
Is that in there buried somewhere?
What?
Where's withdraw?
Wait, what number am I on?
Yeah. This is one with shots fired and 23
What's that? What number are we
summonses.
on?
On 2412.
Yeah, are you on
Astro
2412?
I'm on 24.
I got cancel and bond.
What about
Nothing
charge
about
8?
charge 8.
Why do I have charge 8?
The trade name?
Cancel and bond based on the history, is that
Yeah. Yeah, I guess don't withdraw charge 8. I made a note there that's not relevant to this, but.
Or it's not in the memo.
Oh, yeah, it says council's office requests count 8 be withdrawn.
Oh, at the top. You're correct.
Yeah, okay.
You are right.
See, I am not stupid.
Not crazy.
But yeah, I had, based on the history, I had cancel and bond and the facts of this case. But I can go less than that if you.
Where's the, there was shooting, you said here? I don't,
Shot in a crowd in front of the location.
The default.
Yeah.
There were 23 summonses issued in the last 4 months.
I just paid an $8,500 fine.
I mean, this guy just doesn't get it.
okay, cancel and bond.
2414.
7,500 accept.
Except,
2417.
The offer was low given the history, so
They
counter,
settled with the NYPD.
so take the 5,000.
5,000.
All right. 2418.
Did we ever get that receipt? He said he promised to buy a scanner.
Yeah, I basically said if we don't have the receipt, cancel and bond.
Which number are you on?
6907.
2418, where he promised, part of the CNC was that he would get a scanner.
You can put it over for proof of them to appear with proof.
What, 1117?
Hold on, there's something.
Yeah, because he says
Scan
prior to
behind
the
the
offer and
CNC.
compromise.
He has a receipt for a point of sale, a POSguys.com. Can't even read it.
Oh, there is a receipt in there, though?
Receipt for something
Okay.
here.
Well, 10,000.
Yep.
Have a kitchen.
2419.
Does have a kitchen now? No food, no kitchen.
Will advise, will
Yeah, he's got to
comply,
come in.
will-
Or he's getting canceled, one or the other. 1117. For council.
Council to appear?
Yeah. I mean, he's got to, there's,
He doesn't need a kitchen because unless he said he was going to have one because he's a bar tavern. He needs food.
But he has no food.
He needs food.
It's food.
and the exit has to be fixed.
Okay. 2420?
He doesn't need a kitchen then? Why is he getting fined for it?
He said he had a kitchen when he first applied. So he was approved with a kitchen. He doesn't need it to have food.
Have food?
So he needs to file an alteration.
It was either a false material statement.
Right.
Yeah, so
Right, so that's, yeah, okay.
All right, 2420?
8,000 accept.
Accept.
2421 and 22?
Okay, withdraw, sustain all the first proceeding 1 through 8. Second proceeding 1 through 5, sustained. 6 is withdrawn. Cancel and bond, offer, accept.
Cancel and bond.
Okay. 24, 23.
I had a counter at 10, but I guess given the history, I can take 8 if.
Yeah, 8's fine.
All right, 8,000.
24, 24, 24, 53, and 69A.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
Got it. 24, 25,
Cancel and bond,
Yes. Cancel and bond.
24, 27,
2,500, accept.
Accept.
24, 28,
3,500, accept.
Accept.
24, 29 through 31.
The lapse in the workers' comp was 3 months.
So how much is that? What's our standard again? I can't remember that.
That we don't remember?
It should be over 500.
Huh?
Um,
We gotta remember, sorry, I
I
gotta
have
start,
to
I need it in a chart.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
You okay with 8,500?
Yep.
3 months to over 3 months, between 3 months and 6 months was 1,500.
All right, well, I'll accept the
Accept 8,500.
24, 32,
5,000.
5,000.
No, but when they do the facts here and they say, Maya located a number of 1.75 liter bottles, it'd be nice if we had an actual count, no? The number could be 1,000, it could be 10, I mean, right? But we'll take 5,000 here.
24, 33, we received a new offer of $3,500 from Mr. Allenwick, who didn't stay.
Instead of cancellation and.
Correct.
He went from cancellation and bond to,
Clearly, there's something viable here.
It's workers' comp for 3 years, right?
3 years.
For 3 years, we have
How much is that?
1 year at 2,500.
How much is 3 year? Oh, we don't have anything?
7,500.
I guess every year.
But-
7,500.
You're gonna counter?
Yep, 7,500.
7,500. Counter.
Got it. 2441 has been adjourned to December 15th. Yep.
20 what?
December 15th, that's the 21st.
No, what number?
That's 2441.
Oh, that's the one I asked you about, okay.
Yep. 2447,
3,500.
3,500.
2448,
5,000. No security, no, they had a DJ. Charge
5,000.
2449,
dismiss charge 2, as for charge 1.
These are the people bringing liquor from outside of the state.
Have you talked to,
Yeah, this is
I'll
like
talk to you
confusing.
off the record.
Well, all here also, it's like Mr. Nee's behind the counter, husband's former licensee, he's still behind the counter, and current licensee's not at the store, but what's going on? Mr. Nee's is he a prohibited person? Is that why he's not on the license? There's a lot going on here.
There is, we could send our own investigators out.
I think we should.
This was from tax. Okay.
Can we send our investigators?
We're gonna leave this open though, or?
No.
Okay.
We'll close it out. 2,500, I guess, right, on the authorized source? Is that 35? Well, what's?
These people were going
No,
to
I'm sorry,
another
hold on.
state.
Yeah, I got 5,000.
Wait, let me I just want the guidelines.
Your max is 10.
Right, 5,000. Well, we have up to 5,000,
Mr.
right?
Nee was canceled back in 2014.
Really?
See, that's what I mean, like, there was something there, and then he's still kind of running this place.
Oh, we can go higher than that then.
You can go to 10, that's what you can do.
Can't cancel it?
I would like to,
It's not guilty, yeah, you could.
Because if the guy is still, as a canceled licensee.
he's a cancel licensee that's doing all this, right?
Yeah, you can't,
I
all right, cancel and bond.
Wow, for minors.
Now we're gonna get
So
10,
you're saying this is
now we're
canceled?
gonna get 10 liquor license applications.
You said
Should I
cancel
no
bond?
longer send
Yeah, I
the
don't-
DCIs out
yeah.
because we just canceled it?
Well, I'll talk to you about that afterwards.
2451,
8,000 accept.
Accept.
2452,
9,000. Charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 sustained, 5 and 6 dismissed. 9,000.
9,000.
done. 2454,
5,500 accept.
Accept.
2457,
7,500 accept.
Accept.
2458.
It's already been canceled, right?
Mm-hmm.
So cancel and bond for the record, or it's already.
Wait, what am I on?
2458, KSK.
Cancel for the record.
Okay, cancel for the record.
No bond or bond?
Yes,
We already took the
if the bond is there.
Oh, yeah. 2459 and 60.
So you got arrested for felony but didn't report it, right?
Right, but he's been
So-
removed from the license.
It has been removed? Okay.
But, and the way I read this, we approved the renewal knowing he was arrested?
If we don't have a final disposition, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Get reduced or
Okay.
All right.
bring charges.
So 6,500?
6,500.
2462.
Workers' comp.
This was carried, was it carried over?
Vance Allen, Mr. Allen.
He appeared and he asked for it to be carried over.
He wants it put over?
No, that was the last.
That was at the last board meeting.
Here and he just left.
You probably, that's just,
Not keeping good records.
how long was this for?
I'll explain.
There was no information in the hearing as to
Yeah.
how long it was for. If you want to adjourn it again, I could find out how long the lapse was.
A year ago.
Yeah, it was over a year almost.
Carried over? Doesn't tell you how long they've been.
The ALJ didn't include that information.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put it over.
You want it over?
Yes, please.
And you just want how long of a lapse? You want Mr. Allenwick to appear?
No.
Okay.
Find out
That,
the dates.
yeah, we just are doing a fine, we just need to know how much.
And
It
24.
appears that it doesn't matter if we ask for him anyway, since he has to appear today and didn't show up.
Oh, he was
He
here.
showed, but not on this case.
Yeah.
And 2469.
This is a delegation of authority to add another person for the renewal unit to be able to approve renewals, and then just to kind of clean it up a bit. We had different.
Some turnover in staff.
Yeah.
And we're adding Jackie, right?
We added Jackie already. That was a prior.
That was a prior one?
board meeting.
So this isn't being added. So that's the only thing.
We're adding Jordan Cerniglia, who's down in the bottom for
Okay.
renewals only.
Okay. All right, I approve.
I approve.
Okay, I have no other items.
Here, we gotta sign that.
Yes.
We have to sign this.
223.
You can,
We're done?
yep.